Good morning. Journal. North Carolina students have to work on Gatwick Airport. Last night I was sitting on a plane for an hour as I was trying to get to Venice, and finally they let the plane take off. Got to Venice and got to Marco Polo Airport, and there was one boat left that I had to make in order to get to my place in Venice. And there I was with these two other, this young couple running as fast as we could just to get that last blue boat to get to Venice. And not while I was running, but while I was panting, sitting on the boat, I realized that that I'd been the first time I was in Venice, I was 18 years old. I was with a then girlfriend, and much like this young couple, as they were running down and sitting on the boat, they were smiling. Everyone else on the boat was not smiling. I noticed that they couldn't wait for the idea of getting to Venice. Everyone else was asking, when's my stop coming up? And that really got me started. And it made me think, and it kind of worked, I guess, with the way this is. I thought 30 years is, in some ways, a long time in a short time. And been, have fortunate to spend a ton of time with youth over those 30 years. So I'm going to take you just a little bit through that journey and how Youthful Cities came to be, and then I want to talk some more about youth. And really, in this thematic area, it's all about the social side. It's all about the people side, as far as what I can bring to this group. So in 1987, I started a clothing company, not knowing exactly how to sew, but anyway, I started this clothing company focused on beachwear and boxer shorts, all about creating stuff for youth, my friends. And then after that, I set up a national youth organization in Canada. I won't tell you where I am in that picture, but this organization was focused on getting young people's voice into the future of Canada, because there was a lot at that time concerned that Canada may not exist as a country very long, based on some political challenges that the country had. So, and then from there, based on everything that we were doing around youth, everyone kept asking us, what's going on with this young generation? We need some more help. So me and two others started a youth innovation engine where we brought together youth from across the country, eventually around the world, to come up with new solutions for companies, for governments, for NGOs on how do you understand youth. Every single time we did a project, it was all about bringing youth together to create amazing things, much like the last two presentations that you saw. And in 1998, I had the fortune of writing this book. My mother told me it was a best-selling book, so I'll tell you that. And it was all about this nexus generation, the generation bridging the industrial age and the information age. And that idea of generations and working with generations, especially young generations, became my life for the next 15 years or so. And by 2010, we'd worked with big brands, big governments, small governments, and NGOs of all sizes, all about how do you understand, how do you connect with, how do you build ideas with and for you. And in 2010 led me to London, and in this sort of fortuitous event, I happened to pick up The Economist magazine one day as I was sitting on the South Bank of London, and I flipped open, and it was the Most Livable Cities issue, their first one, 2011. And I looked at this this idea of ranking cities and the way in which they ranked. And of course, we've been looking at youth now for almost 15 years. And I looked through all the different ways that The Economist was ranking cities. And I said to myself, does this seem to really match with what I think youth would look for in a city? So I went back to my team and our network that we spread out around the world. And I said, half of the population of the world lives in cities, and half of the population of the world is under 30. So let's go find the index about where the best places are to live for youth. And there was none. Like half the population of the world is under 30. and there wasn't one index. In fact, there was a professor in England who was tracking all the urban indexes, and he was up to about 152. And I went to him and I said, can you just, I'd love to see the one around youth and cities. And he said, I've never heard about that one before. The most small ways of measuring cities were there, but not youth. And that led us to launch Youthful Cities. And by 2013, we launched the first index ranking cities from a youth perspective. We hired youth in 25 cities around the world. We had 80 different indicators built by youth about how they think about cities. And by that got everyone's attention. The Financial Times launched it, and we went global with this, with media and attention, and cities taking note in 5 continents around the world. Since that time, we've surveyed over 30,000 youth, and we'll be talking a little bit about that today. We've now indexed 65 cities, and we have 140 different ways that we measure cities from a youth perspective. We've now designed innovation labs, 13 innovation labs with youth, 30 youth under 30, each coming up with ideas that they think will help to revolutionize their city. And we've created a global summit where we brought in youth from 50 cities around the world to really look at the future of cities and from their perspective. All this time, it's been focused on this one vision, which is to create more youthful cities globally. And you can hopefully sense the enthusiasm I have for this, and yet I'm worried about this guy. I'm worried about him because after all this time, 30 years from the last time I was in Venice, it's incredibly hard, it seems, to choose him, to choose youth. And youth are still seen, 5 years in from Youthful Cities, youth seem to still be seen as the villains, not the heroes. They're the liabilities, not the assets in cities. And that's something that has really given me pause. And I along with my team, to keep questioning, why is that? Why can't we choose this future? What's happening? I talked about the average age of the world is 30 right now. Well, over the next 20 years, the population's median age will go up by 10 years. So we'll go from 30 to 40. And that transition has happened in most of the developed world already. So the UK average age 40, US average age 37. Italy, I think, is average age around 42, and Europe, most of Europe in that early 40s. 30 years ago, it was around 30. So in the last 30 years, we've seen this transition from 30 to 40. But that's just age. I mean, I've aged 30 years in the last 30 years. Amazing. I don't know if anyone else has. Has anyone done that? But in society, what's interesting to note is, just came from the UK, big shift in society from focus on investing in education to investing in healthcare. So is there a connection between age and this concept, the state of mind of getting old? Acting old, thinking old, feeling old, behaving old? We started to research this around the world. We wanted to look at the attitude of getting old. Was it actually a problem? Would it be a problem for youth going forward? And this is what we found. We went to researchers around the world into 6 different regions of the world, and we looked at this concept of what does it mean to get old? Again, from a state of mind standpoint. So to accept preservation, conformity, stagnation, to manage risk versus taking risk, short-term view versus long-term view, repeating versus renewing, reflecting versus opening up and creating, hesitating, apathy, loneliness, fearfulness. That's what it means to get old. Just put up your hand if you'd like to get old. No? Are you sure?
I do, otherwise you die young.
Remember, it's a state of mind, though. You don't have to get old. It is a state of mind. But that's what we're I'm wondering about is there a connection? If society is going to get older, which we know it will it start to take off this? Will cities, do you live in a city that's getting old? Again, attitude-wise. We're in buildings that are incredibly old, but somehow they don't feel old. They don't have an attitude of old. This city is not, Venice, now being here a number of times, is not a city that feels like it's getting old in those ways. So on the left-hand side, we have these ideas of repeating and short-term view and managing risk and stagnation and atrophy. On the other side, we have expansion, we have differentiation, vibrancy, taking risks, long-term view. Which side is winning right now in cities? Which side is taking over? When we look at the media, and when we talk to youth around the world, I can tell you which side they think is winning. They think it's this side. But what's the other side? And for us, the other side is youthful. I've underlined the word youth because youth is such a challenging word. And again, in the same research we did globally, where we talked about and looked into the concept of state of mind about getting old, we looked into the idea of youth and youthful. Now, when we look at youth, and if I use this technique where I say youth blank, and you fill in the blank, what comes after that? Youth blank. In most places around the world, when we look at the media, we look at the front page or the front screen, the words that come up are youth crime, youth violence, youth unemployment. Those are the most common words that society uses in connection with the word youth. What's amazing, though, is that when we add 3 letters onto the end of the word youth, what happens? Youthful. Does anyone want to be youthful? It turns a frown into a smile. And when you look at the dictionary definition of youthful, it simply means the attributes of youth. But everyone thinks about the positive attributes of youth. And so we want to know, when we talk to youth, again, back to that, the studies that we've been doing, about 20,000 youth, to figure out exactly what are the values that make up this sense of youthfulness. And so here they are. Dynamism, connectedness, open, inventive, playful, and curious. Those are the 6 values that youth put forward as far as how they would describe what youthful means. You can think about this in the context of Venice. You can think about this in the context of this particular conference. How important it is. These conferences are about connecting people, about making you feel part of the whole, making it social. Dynamism. I'm wondering how Venice is going to adapt to the rising water levels around the planet. How will it? And yet, there's so much dynamism in this city as you walk around and as you go to the events, having gone to the Art Biennale last year here. Openness, clear, welcoming, all-encompassing. I mean, openness in this world with all of the free flow of humans around the planet, this will be one of the qualities that the world will absolutely need. Inventiveness. Where's the ingenuity going to come from? Innovation, novel, artful. Just that last project that we saw and some of the other projects from North Carolina, you can see the resourcefulness and the artfulness that come out of that youthful sense. And what about playful? I love the fact that the school children were getting the copper and putting them together in different ways, and they just all of a sudden felt whimsical. And we need to have that kind of playfulness in order to make our cities great cities that everyone enjoys. Because youthful is also a state of mind. And of course, curiosity. If there's one word that is all about this conference, all about the Biennale here and other Biennale, is this idea of curiosity, being questioning, being impassioned, thoughtful about the world. And so we asked youth, what are the benefits of living in a youthful city? And what they said was, we think that if you live in a youthful city, it's a prosperous city. It's a growing city. There's great jobs in that city. There's a sense of entrepreneurship. There's a sense of belonging. There's a sense of happiness. This is a great place to live. Sadly, only about a third of them thought they lived in a youthful city. And that's the gap that we're trying to bridge as we move forward. Youth are, we've been talking a lot about, at our organization, we've been talking a lot about where cities came from. In some ways, those values that I put up around youthfulness are also what cities are all about. And youth are seemingly always drawn to cities. Cities are younger places on average than non-cities across the world. So youth are drawn in. They are exerting their independence. They're looking for opportunities. They're looking for connections when they go to cities. And so youth will continue to move into cities. But now more than ever, we believe that cities need youth. That the values of youthfulness are already embedded in youth. And quite frankly, if we don't see those values in youth, then we have an even bigger problem. Because that's what's exciting. And for those who are professors in the crowd, who work with young people, how many people are under 30 in this crowd? Put up your hand. Good. So you can check yourself. Do you have these values or not? If you don't, you'll have to leave. But to put it quite forcefully, on the right-hand side are these youthful values. And then what we've done is we've put the antonyms on the other side. And from a city standpoint, from a space standpoint, from a places to live standpoint, do you want to live in that connected, dynamic, open, inventive, playful, curious city? Or the opposite? When you see some of these things coming out, and what makes me sad is when I start to see them in youth, where I see youth who are isolated, and we can see some of the work around mental health which is showing up. But we don't want cities that are closed and idle and isolated and indifferent and grave and inept. We need to have the inventiveness of this youthful perspective. So you actually need to choose youthful. And I am worried about this guy. Because this guy's name is Ben. And he's 17. And he's related to me because he's my son. And the first shot you saw of Ben was black and white, and that's the way that often the world looks at you. This particular theme is around people. And amazingly, youth are people too. I don't know. It's true. But it's amazing how much, and after 30 years, how sometimes they're treated like aliens. And every generation of youth seems to go through this particular process. But this is the full color view, and this is what I like, and this is the smile and the joy and the opportunity, and all those aspects of youth seem to be embedded there, and those are the kinds of values that I think are important to buildings, to places, to spaces, and to cities. And it's not just me. It's also Robert Kennedy. And here's a quote from 1966, speaking to a group of South African students in Cape Town in 1966. "This world demands the qualities of youth, not a time of life, but a state of mind, a temper of the will, a quality of imagination, predominance of courage over timidity, of the appetite for adventure over the life of ease." Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robert. That never-ending question in my brain, so is it possible to make Venice a youthful city? So I hope that later during the panel discussion we can sneak in this question, because I believe that for all the people here that live in Venice, it's a major question that we always ask. Thank you. Okay, so let me introduce the next speaker, Massimo Palme, materials engineer and PhD in architecture, energy and environment. Massimo Palme is associate professor at the School of Architecture at the Catholic University of North in Antofagasta, Chile, and visiting researcher at the Sapienza University of Rome. He conducts since 2006 research in the fields of building physics, microclimate, climate change, and impact on the built environment, sustainable construction, and urban planning. So welcome to
Good morning. First of all, I apologize for my English that sounds with an Italian and Spanish accent, I'm sure, but I hope you could understand my talk. I wish to say thank you to Ilaria and the team of organizers for inviting me, and to some of my colleagues that work with me in workshops that I participated in Chile and in Rome, especially Paola Kafkan, Gino Perez, Carola Clemente, and Serena Baiani. I will start my presentation with some ideas about the state of our urbanized world. And then I will briefly present some results of the workshops that I participated in Antofagasta and in Rome. We live in an increasingly urbanized world. Most of the half of humanity is living in cities, and the rate of the growth of these cities is accelerating, especially in developing countries like South America, Africa, and it's predicted to have something like 30 mega cities, over 20 million of inhabitants by the middle of the century. And I think that this is an incredible opportunity for humanity, but also we will have some problems about, especially the local microclimate that we are generating. Some scientists is talking about Urbanocene to define the era we are living. Not only the Anthropocene, that is an era governated by humans, but also characterized by our urban condition. We try to manage the city by this way. This figure is taken from the famous book, The Image of the City of Kevin Lynch. So we project our mental projection to the design and to the understanding of cities. However, we are in danger to try to do rational planning that lead to very unsustainable results. For example, you can find, it seems to be a joke, but the first time I met the Rhino City was here in Venice during the Biennale in 2016. The Biennale organized by Alejandro Aravena. And in a big poster with the title Sustainable African Urbanism, I can find Rhino City, and then in the web page, I find that they are designing the Giraffe City. So I think that this is really a misunderstanding of what a city is. This is the way real cities are. Even when like the case of Brasilia, the city is planned with the form of bird in this case. The real growth of the city is very different. It's quite organic. It seems to be a living organism. Bogota, Buenos Aires. I have many pictures from different cities studying the patterns of growth. And cities, to me, are really living organisms. It means that they are thermodynamical systems open to flows of energy matter that are self-organizing. They take order out of chaos, like Nobel Prize Ilya Prigogine said in 1962. But the incredible opportunity of this order taken out of chaos is the dissipation that cities have to do to the environment. This is some thermal images of Guayaquil, Santiago, and Lima. Sorry, Guayaquil, Lima, and Santiago. A lot of things you can see in these pictures. For example, the differences between some neighbors and others, where obviously rich people live or poor are obligated to live. But the most important thing that I think that is the rate of growth of the urbanized land intensity. Urbanization is the way that we can measure the temperature of the city related to the temperature of the rural environment. And in all these cities, we have about 2 or 3 degrees more than in rural environment. But the real problem is that the rate of growth of the intensity of urbanization is about 0.1 degree per year, and this means 10 degrees more at the end of the century. So we are worried about global warming, and of course that is a problem, but there are other phases of climate change that we are not really worried about, but we should. For example, the local warming. You can imagine 10 degrees more at the end of the century, for example in Venice, which is the maximum temperature in Venice this year. So I think that we have to focus on the metabolism of cities, not just to think of the form or the appearance of the city, but on the way that they work. And we should try to switch from a linear metabolism to a circular metabolism of the city, and of course this is not easy to do. Maybe this figure explain better. It's taken from the book, a book of my colleague Pedro Rosso, and we have to close and pack this small metabolic cycles. This is not to organize the whole city, because more order, it means more heat emitted to the environment. So we cannot do this with a top-down and very strange, strong urban planning. We have to do this by organizing small metabolic cycles, entering inside and coming outside the city. How can we do this? For example, we can explore cogeneration to have thermal and electricity, thermal energy and electricity at the same time, or exploring the water, food, energy nexus, And inside the city, we have to recover all the small, forgotten places, and this is the work that we are trying to do in our workshop, to work at the small scale of the urban texture, of the urban tissue. This is the idea I have of the bike environment for the people. This is a beautiful project in the city of Medellin, in Colombia. They invested many time and money in projects to restore sustainable urban life, but many of these projects are quite big, so like many libraries. I think that the most important project of the city are these kind of places where the life of the people is thinking to happen. This is the idea of the days of complexity. I think that Jane Jacobs speak about this. The self-organizing actions, but small communities of people that occupy the space, a free space, like the type of this building. We have many places to recover. In South America, in all developing countries, there are pressure for new construction, big buildings. Other phase of the city growth and development. But I think that we can find inside many places like this, really marginal, forgotten and disused. We have to recover all these places. In ancient cities in Europe, it's the same. Well, not really the same because of the different scenario, but in Rome, we can find very close to the city center something like this. This is a small market of the barrio of the neighbor Flaminio, and this just track between the buildings and the walls, but it really something that to have to be recovered. Or Roma Borghetto, all this area is illegally occupied by small business, and now should be assigned to the University of Rome La Sapienza, and they have to recover this and restore all the urban life around. I think that the project has to connect and to regenerate even the workplaces. This is other project in the city of Medellin, where the slum was connected with the city, and people of the slum told me that they have, before they had the same fear to go down, that the people down had to go up in the slum. And this project permits this bidirectional communication, and people now go down, participate in the human life. Of course, that we have to be conscious about the energy use and the microclimate pressure that we have in our cities and specific sites where we design buildings and interventions. This is taken from the exercises of the students in Rome, restoring the small market there, trying to use the vegetation, the sun, and the wind available in the zone. And these are some projects in Antofagasta in Chile. Actually, we have a poster in the exposition of the time-space existence, Palazzo Nova. There are almost all of the projects of this workshop are cultural projects, cultural centers, schools, etc., to use the empty spaces, in many cases in Antofagasta, left empty because of the no use of the train stations, and we think that this kind of project can improve not only the usability of the same ancient buildings, but also all the human life around. And this is some picture of the work in Rome of the Mercato Flaminio, where you can see the attention to some environmental conditions like sun shadings, vegetation inside the project. So thank you very much.
So now I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Federico De Rosso. He's an architect and designer from Gela, and he graduated from the Politecnico di Milano. He operates on international level since 2001, and when he opened in Milan, he established studio Federico De Rosso Architects, focused on architecture, interior, and product design. Respecting the natural surroundings, urban context, and the spirit of the space, it consists gorgeous with a refined lightness characterized by the minimalist natural approach. Thank you.
Good morning. Same about English. It was mine. I will try my best. First of all, I want to thank the ECC team for inviting me to be part of this interesting forum and this very interesting topic, shaping the city. I think shaping the city is a huge responsibility for us as part of the system in terms of aesthetics, not only, especially in terms of impact on social life of people. What I'm showing to you is Silver Spaces is an experience, is a research I did to myself in occasion to the 21st Triennale in Milano in 2016. And the title was Design After Design, that was quite connected to our topic. And at that time I was thinking about what we can do or where we can work after design, so after architecture. And I was thinking about cities, and I was focused on, especially on Milano. That was one of the Italian cities that grew vertically in the last 5 years. And I was thinking, I was reflecting about the impact of those new vertical building on the horizontal urban fabric. There is always something, some connection that is missing in many projects, and sit on the wall is something that I will create. I can pay attention every time I'm walking the street. That generates obstacles, bounds, residual space, the one is called residual space that like small gardens, insignificant gardens, unusual gardens. And I was, so I decided to experience myself, and then I got this opportunity to investigate the Milano Propanol area. And so that's the master plan. Typically, it works good when we design. Everything looks well integrated with all the fabric of the city, full of gardens, full of trees, full of connection. But at the end, the result is not as we were thinking when we designed. It's our mistake. And here you can see the Portagen Valley, so the old gate, the old horizontal tissue, and the new one created in comparison is the old and new, and something that I like as an architect, contemporary architect, so I like architecture. I'm not criticizing anything, but what I'm criticizing is the interaction between those two layers. This is another entrance to the Porta. It is through Porta Nuova, the one who named the area. And as you can see here, the whole street goes in that direction, and it's ending with this obstacle. This is a stair because they rise the level of the street on the other side. So they create a new square, the Garibaldi square. So they rise 6-8 meters. I never understand which is the reason, because they create something on top. So when you arrive here, you have to rise the street, the stair, you arrive here, there's nothing to see, you have to go down to the other side. So this kind of obstacle is there. But my experience was along this street. This another existing street, is the one they call the name Fratelli Castiglione in Giocolombo, so the master design. And now I will show you what is the result of the street. So I was walking here, and then I ended with this small garden, and where I was a focus kind of concept of the project, kind of installation. I didn't want to show any project, any idea of me. I didn't want to show how good I am or not. I just wanted to experience. I wanted to create a proposal to create a better connection. So this is Via Fratelli Castiglione, how it is now. On the right side, the new townhouse, the urban townhouse, the one they call the urban villas. They're trying to sell for 10 to 20 euro each, with this view, with this entrance. You know, and it's still on sale. Maybe it will be on sale soon. So on the left side, they just left it because it is nothing interesting. I mean, it's ugly architecture, you can say, but they were existing in a different level, so they rise the street, so they kept, of course, the walls, different kind of gates, so we're kind of like, they cut the city and they build a new one. And on the right side, I was just trying to sketch and cancel something and to imagine what would be with a simple intervention, like just take down a few walls and open the gate, some other trees. And this is next, you measure after. And this is the garden. I was showing the red area. Again, different levels, walls, inside another private garden. These are really abandoned garden. There's a bank here, so no one sees in. And this is the other entrance to Piazza Galloway. And I was thinking to just open the walls, create a kind of urban shell with few frames, mirror to create a connection, to create a space to live with a different point of view from old and new, from new and old. So that was basically my idea, my proposal. And again, this corner is just a very, it's a garden, probably it's a public space, a public garden, so it's just closed. I think it would be very nice to just open or maybe create a transparent protection, to create a different view on the perspective of the space. This is a very sad street on the lower, on the ground floor, just along the other street on the other side. Now, sometimes there is a video on the next slide. Okay, so now we show the video. I was imagining to watch, stop, thinking, dealing with the gun, and sketch something new, like dreaming what it will be. During the exhibition at Triennale, we also create a virtual reality experience because we wanted to offer to visitors the opportunity to really appreciate what we were trying to explain. So those are the images from the visor in reality. You imagine what we were thinking to create. To mirror to reflect the different faces of the cities. And this is the installation at the Triennale Museum, where we create a part of the installation with frames and mirror, and we offer to people the opportunity to imagine themselves in that area, that place. It was very interesting because we got a very nice feedback. A few of them that were really interested to interact, to understand. They never had this vision that was very simple, very basic, without any architectural words and project and design. So that was the experience, and that was the analysis of those areas, because the fast growing of the city generated by the globalization imposed to our system. So I'm not criticizing the design, the architecture, but the system which we are part of, because now we are always forced to do everything for tomorrow, for numbers, and so at the end we never think about the impact of what we do in the city. So that would be probably one of the opportunities for us to design, after design, to try to reconnect the life of the city, because we are all living city, we are living architecture, but we are living the ground floor of city. We are not living the top floor of the building, no? It's something that we need to share, we need to meet people. That's what the reflection. At the end, I'm inviting you to visit our installation at Palazzo Mora, with a work in progress. Of course, it's probably a small project, just finishing my hometown, with in a beautiful hill, a beautiful landscape. In that experience, we are shaping the landscape of the city, and was part of, we are telling about how the environment or the landscape is transformed by architecture. So we are showing you a live connection with the site, with the pictures, and at the end we are presenting a film during the Milano Design Film Festival in October. We will be talking about my story, my approach of design and architecture through this project. So it's perfect. It's connected to the exhibition here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Federico, and also for pushing us to have a look at some parts of the city that we normally don't even look at. Thank you very much. So, for the next presentation, I would like to introduce the speaker. So, Iman Khanif leads the Master of Architecture and Urbanism at the Manchester School of Architecture. He was born in Manchester and educated in architecture at Cambridge and Harvard universities. In 1996, he held a bronze scholarship in the fine arts at the British School of Law. He is the author of Urban Ethic, Design in the Contemporary City, and the Politics of the Piazza, the History and Meaning of the Italian Square. So let's welcome the stage.
Good morning. Thank you again to Lucia, Paddy and Ilaria for the invitation to speak here, and I think it's a great, very interesting event and a lot of interesting talks so far. I have the privilege of leading the Masters in Architecture and Urbanism at the Manchester School of Architecture, which is a joint school between the University of Manchester, the kind of traditional, what we call the red brick university, the academic, historically academic university, and Manchester Metropolitan University and the Manchester School of Art, which is comes from a different tradition of education through, particularly in the School of Art, through connections with design for industry. And the Masters in Architecture and Urbanism has developed in the last, particularly the last 5 years. I've been leading for about 9 years, into what I slightly, grandiloquently in the title here, called it a global action field of the future city. Because the people I get to work with, here they are, on the last graduated cohort. They, of course, will be practicing in architecture and urbanism and related fields in research and practice for the next 40, possibly 50 years. And the ideas that they're developing now, the things that they're exposed to, the experiences they have, for instance, when they come to events like the Venice Architecture Biennale and the Time Space Existence exhibition, will be formative things that will stay with them for many decades and will definitely influence their work. They are a global group of young practitioners who all find themselves in Manchester for a year. And in a kind of spontaneous development of how the programme should be run, we decided a number of years ago that we would really concentrate on, for their major thesis design projects, on issues related to the cities they know well, the cities they come from. And we'd use those projects as vehicles to explain to the other students the commonalities of urban problems and the differences between different particular places, different particular cultures and histories. And this has proved, although it's slightly, can appear slightly terrifying to the students, because they have to, they soon realise that they are actually forming part of the education of their fellow students in terms of exposing them to different urban environments that they wouldn't otherwise have seen. Last year there were 28 students and there were kind of 13 different languages. So it is a kind of quite diverse group. What I'm going to do is run through a series of projects quite quickly, largely from that cohort, and they tend to find themselves concentrating on particular themes. We respond to what the student wants to study, especially in the thesis design project, and particular factor which crops up regularly is the threat posed to existing urban environments, sometimes of a traditional nature, sometimes of a fairly recent nature, but quite heavily embedded in their cities. The threats posed by new development, especially in the big expanding cities of China and India. So in the case of Darry's work here with Xiamen, this was a project which is in some ways a very kind of typical project, trying to look at the points in a dense, rather delicate historic urban fabric that could allow some new development to take place, so that the city would not become entirely a museum zone, but would allow some dynamism to enter into a kind of protected area. In a very different context, but looking in lots of ways at some of the similar social issues, in this case a vulnerable fishing community in Mumbai. Obviously Mumbai rapidly expanding, and this old community living on spits of land out in the bay, requiring some care with how their futures might be accommodated with the growth of the city. This is actually a competition. The rules of the competition I didn't necessarily agree with, which was to actually put elite housing in this very desirable location and integrate it with the existing community. But those are the rules of the competition. It's fair to say that the students were more interested in the existing community. Another example from China, in Wuhan, we here concentrating more on the architectural scale of new interventions and the reconstruction of parts of a village in the city in the Chinese term, to improve the facilities and create better connections to outside the neighbourhood. And another example from that Mumbai project, where the concentration here was on the introduction of new modular and adaptable units, which could allow for changes in the design of the individual unit and the design of the spaces between the units for the fishing community. To kind of finish this kind of section on this kind of urban community renewal, the strangest one in some ways, but the worked out in quite a lot of rather sensitive detail, was this project from Shanghai last year, where in terms of integrating the project into a much more massive development, which is already in existence over here, and which still applied or tolerated, should we say, the demolition of large areas, so that new accommodation could be brought in. A section of the existing accommodation with the community was preserved, but with the attempt of some innovation in how new interventions might be built on top of the existing situation. So we're looking in some ways at experimental forms of urban development in a case like this. And I'm sorry, this is slightly pixelated. We also try and look at the city we work in. So although this looks like perhaps it's like a bland commercial development, in the context of contemporary development in Manchester, this is incredibly radical. Because the site that this project is on is the subject of a new master plan and will probably have a much denser and much grimmer accommodation built on it, much taller, funded by the Abu Dhabi government as a kind of vehicle investment vehicle. And the purpose of this project was to work together with all the students in the group on the creation of a design for a livable, car-free, green environment as a counter-project to the live project that will eventually emerge. So it's a kind of rather low-key form of activism. In another section of projects that the students undertake, they're quite often looking at rapidly changing urban situations. In this case, in the town, a very small town of Pushkar in Rajasthan, which has enormous growth of population for periods of the year for pilgrimage. A town of 30,000 can become a town of 2 million for a few months of the year. Mayangar was attempting to see how that could be organised in a more semi-permanent way, in a kind of really rather magical landscape on the edge of the desert. And in another changing and kind of dynamic situation, we have a long-standing relationship with School of Architecture in Havana through a workshop, a continuous workshop. Iwa Effiong's project, which is part of an urban renewal site in Miramar in Havana, where a new market area, new social facilities were proposed on the edge of the bay. And I was amused when I saw this drawing on a big scale the other day. The good ship, Che Guevara, sadly, it looks like it's sinking, which there is some evidence for that, but we kind of hope not. But I was interested to see that the Vaporetto from Venice had been reconditioned and reused as part of the project. So these nodes, sometimes they are to do with sacred sites, really, in the case of Pushkar. Sometimes they have to do with new commercial nodes. Sometimes they have to do with historic environments. In the case of this 500-year-old dockyard in Istanbul by Kusra Berber, where the issues here are much more about architectural conservation, architectural heritage, and its relationship to the city. So we have a very, very wide range of projects. Unfortunately, I have a very wide range of expertise from my colleagues to draw on in this class. And again, in our own context in Britain, the new node in London created around the Olympic site, Olympicopolis, as it's sometimes referred to. That's the Olympic Stadium. The Olympicopolis site is one of those British projects which has been running obviously since the London Olympics closed, which is 6 years ago. And they still really haven't settled on what they're going to do. But it's a kind of museum district, which is intended to provide a cultural, new cultural quarter for London. So in this case, the student was looking at the constraints of that existing brief, really, to create a new, what she referred to as a playground for adults in that environment. In this strand of projects, we also have sometimes quite close-scale, detailed projects looking at particular urban situations in Manchester, in our home city. So this is actually an Iranian student, but she was very interested in this riverside situation here, which is only today has the actual project for this site been released, I noticed. But this involves opening up existing wharfside to connect to what's called Cathedral Gardens, which is over here. This is Manchester Cathedral. In the 1820s, when Manchester was at the height of its early industrial boom, Alexis de Tocqueville visited, and he stood on this site and said, "From this filthy sewer, pure gold flows." It was one of the most polluted places in the world at that time, and it's still recovering from that industrial pollution from nearly 200 years ago. And the difficulties of knowing what to do with it. So Manchester's finally getting around to making a decent kind of urban space, open public space, connecting it back to its river. And this sort of public space project is landscape and greening of cities is another strand which is very important in the work of the studio. So this is part of a project for parking in Budapest, which involved some small-scale new buildings with green roofs, but reconfiguring and reorganising the space of the edge of the city. And again, another project where the subject of the workshop this year was an abandoned building site in the centre of the city, where it was proposed a new kind of urban forum, kind of green urban forum could be created as an open public space excavated out of the ground in the centre. And in terms of taking this green aspect to looking at urban food production, which is a kind of an abiding theme in schools of architecture for the last sort of 10 years or so, Haseeb Arifin was proposing this reorganisation of an existing housing estate in Singapore into a productive landscape. I'm very pleased that Haseeb is with us in the audience as he basks in being a Venice Fellow at the British Pavilion this month. And in a more extreme or very different urban ecological environment in Senegal, Sanji Junjunwa was proposing a water resource infrastructure, again in a very essentially kind of desert landscape with the retention of water is extremely precious, to help the regeneration of the town and to improve its prospects of survival in what is very extreme environmental situation. We work with these projects in lots of different locations, and students learn a great deal about each of these situations from each other. But we don't limit ourselves to the globe. And so in a slightly off-the-track project, we had a student a couple of years ago, Karen Gallery, who worked on a design for a city on Mars. Again, this was a competition project at the time. So this is about, I have to think this is about 2 miles long, this project. This was it was a fantastic piece of production on his part, but what was particularly interesting was having to go through every step of how human life could be sustained in such an environment, as part of a kind of logical process, let alone how you got through there to Mars to construct it, which was another aspect. And so it was very useful in making us rethink about how our more familiar environments need that same kind of thought in terms of moving forward. Anyway, the academic year has started again. The new group of students here have come from bigger numbers from more places, from South America now as well in this particular cohort, and we see this kind of going forward, providing us with a kind of great opportunity to use the course as this kind of forum for looking at urban ideas globally as we go on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Imo. Very interesting projects from all across the world. Right now, we have our panel discussion between our different speakers, Terry, Robert, Massimo, Federico, and Imo. But first, to moderate this panel, I would like to ask Edson Cableton to moderate this panel. Edson is currently an associate professor in the School of Architecture and Interior Design at the University of Cincinnati. He is the curator of the Philippines National Pavilion at the 16th Spanish Architecture Biennale. He received his Bachelor of Architecture and Master's of Architecture degrees from the University of the Philippines. Under a Fulbright Fellowship, he obtained a Master's of Architecture degree from the University of Cincinnati in Ohio. Then he received his PhD in History of Architecture and Urban Development from Cornell University. Aside from academia and research, Edson also runs his design consultancy, Brown Workshop, with projects in architecture, interior design, set design, costume design, fashion design, graphic design, and design strategy. And Edson is our friend of the European Culture Center, so please help me welcome Edson to moderate. And we'd like to have all the speakers over here to join us here at the table.
Thank you so much, Hadi, and welcome again to the first panel discussion. We've heard many different points of views from different parts of the world, and maybe I'll just say something a little bit like I found several common ideas and thread that ran through all of the different presentations, even though all of them were very diverse in context and very different in situation as well as our approaches. But one of the things that I found interesting that seemed to run through a lot of the different presentations, and how this is also related to the theme itself of the built environment and architecture for the people, is this idea of how all of the projects have valued the idea of context. That the idea of context, whether we talk about it in terms of cultural, social, material, climatic, were fundamental in trying to create all of these sort of like sensitive interventions and or responses. And one of the things that also struck me was that the context, whether it's material, physical, cultural, and social, had to do, of course, with the places that these projects, of course, emerge from. And the specificity of such context is important. One of the things that I would like to ask the presenters is this idea that as professors, as educators, as professionals, when we talk about this specificity, is that to understand the specificity of the context is that it requires you, though, to have a certain level of sensitivity to be able to respond. And I don't think this sensitivity is necessarily innate. At times it is required as a training or a skill which actually learn also or develop. Because if everybody was sensitive to the context, then your projects or your designs would not have, in fact, been done in that way. Because, for example, with the example from Milan, what Federico was talking about, like your intervention would not have happened if the designers at the beginning would have been sensitive already to the context. Or for example, like also what Robert was talking about in terms of responding to the needs of the youth. If we were not sensitive to that context, also then that would not have happened, or to the materials of the region. So let me ask Nick and anybody can comment in terms of how do you develop this? How do you develop this sensitivity as a designer, as an educator? How do you even create or develop this skill to be sensitive to to such context so that you are then able to respond to the needs of people that you are trying to respond. So maybe anybody can answer.
I think as educators especially, you need to develop tools for people to use to see things. So I firmly believe in this idea of kind of slowing down and taking a much closer grained look at what your context is and what you're working with. I thought Federico's presentation, for example, was a good example of developing a tool for seeing things entirely differently. When you're slowing down, just taking a walk, doing some sketching and imagining. These things we take for granted every day. I mean, all the materials we use in our own work, for example, it's junk if you perceive it in a very superficial way. But if you take a close grained look at it and slow down and imagine possibilities, and all of a sudden these things have more potential for doing something different, something better.
I guess for me, the way to build sensitivity is to do things. And I was amazed when I talked to Sori about this congress and trying to create an index that would measure cities from a youth perspective. And as soon as we set out that vision, it's a global project. In some ways, it was incredibly huge. We never built an index before, but when you say let's go and do it, I think that's when we built the sensitivity. So there's part of it is the thinking of it, and then the other part of it is the doing it. And for us, we want to get youth doing things. We want them to be active in their cities, changing things. We do want them to be involved in the thinking process, but I think for a lot of youth, they're frustrated with being asked their opinion all the time, but never being able to have the license to do anything in their city. So that's what we keep working on is building sensitivity by action as opposed to just talk.
Yes, and as a teacher, I try in my specificity of analyzing the environment, the microclimates, to use many tools and to teach to students how to conduct a local site analysis before starting to design there, because architecture always is contextualized. And in a more general way, maybe I have a story to tell you. When I went for the first time in Antofagasta, where I live now, it is in the middle of the Atacama Desert, a very strange and aggressive environment. One of the oldest professors of architecture there, he told me the first thing we do with our students is to go to the desert to know this environment, to live there. So maybe the first thing is to develop this sensitivity to the local environment, is to experiment itself the living condition. And during the first year of the study plan, depending on the professor, but it's very easy that they call the students and they start walking through the city up to the desert for hours and hours. So this is the direct experience of the reality.
It's always quite difficult to talk about sensitivity or skills, but personally I think I developed my attitude, my approach during my career, during my life, traveling, observing by my curiosity. I always try and I was very critical to myself, so before finishing project, we are always trying to be on the other side and to see, to pay attention to the real impact of what we do, because I always working with I would like to say that I'm working for architecture itself, not only for client, not for money. I try to work for create identity on what is designed. It's more or big, so I try to create to control this two-dimensional perspective of everything from a long time distance. So I try to step back to see what I'm doing, not from inside to outside, from outside to inside. And that's the way to try to control better things involved. So that's probably the kind of skills I develop how I, the process, how my sensitivity.
I'd agree, completely agree that the contextual sensitivity to contextual to context is extremely important. But it can come about in surprising ways. So it can come about from making unexpected comparisons as a means of making you look again at the environment you work in. So I have just as a kind of current project that some colleagues are working on in Manchester at the moment. They're doing a project in Rochdale, which is a very, very poor former industrial town on the outskirts of Manchester. And then the project is entitled Rochdale by way of Venice. Now, there are some pragmatic reasons as to why it is by way of Venice. That they will visit in a few weeks' time, etc., during the Biennale. But that comparison, which they have to kind of justify to the students who choose to do that studio and to their colleagues, goes back to John Ruskin, who made the comparison between Venice and the new industrial cities of England, and actually he thought Rochdale could become the new Venice. He told the citizens, this is what you need to do, you need to become the new Venice. So these kind of surprising comparisons that we can get from our history and from present day experiences then allow us to look again at the existing situations around us and try and improve them in small scale interventions and in broader scale images as well. The recent projects in Medellin, for instance, of the Marcelo show, are really quite influential in the thinking about cities at the moment in British school of architecture.
Any further answers? One of the things also that struck me with, and I mentioned this already before, was that idea of like the contexts are all very diverse. Right? But one of the things also that struck me is that when we're all sort of like dealing with people as users, as clients, as inhabitants of the cities, and as architects, urban designers, and urban planners, we do take that into consideration. But one of the things that I'm curious to also hear is that, because, for example, in the different projects, for example, like the Massimo showed earlier in Rome, or even Federico's projects in Milan, and even the projects for the students in Manchester, they were looking at different communities and spaces within the cities, and there's this idea that as architects, designers, and planners, kind of like come in and design for this community. But I wonder, because we're talking about people, is that how did the actual residents or the actual users figure in that process? Was there a moment where the students, for example, or the projects, and I know, like, for example, like Robert in the project, you were talking about like how you surveyed and talked to the youth, and I think that's precisely what I'm curious about, is that were there other instances in the other projects or in the responses, like when you actually engage with the people? Because I think if we are talking about the diversity of people that we are trying to design for, but where do their voices come in? You know, if let's say, as architects and designers, do we come in thinking that we know the solution for them and therefore are we designing it for them? Or as designers, is it our role and responsibility to actually listen to them and engage with them? So I'm curious, like, in terms of what, for one, like, what do you think is the role then of the architect and the urban designer and the urban planner in terms of this engagement with people? You know, is it your role to come in and dictate and impose, or do you think it's your role to listen and engage? I know this sounds like a very leading question, you know, but where do you see, you know, how do you see the role of the architect and the designer in kind of like this process, in how you engage? Again, anybody.
Okay. Excuse me. I think increasingly in the work that we do, it wasn't particularly shown here, we were involved in this kind of form of activism where we can use the professional skills that the students have and the context in which they're working to help provide alternative solutions to issues which arise in our city in Manchester, which are just terrible, just really, really unbelievably terrible. And there isn't another body that's going to do it other than the universities, because they are somewhat independent of the municipal authorities and the profession, and we can engage with community groups and help them either develop the kind of material that they need to mount professional campaigns to get what they want, or to help engage with kind of issues like urban education and with different people with different age groups. So I think the kind of activism aspect that universities can bring in their communities is very important.
I think we are all living in the same way everywhere in the world. We have the same needs. I think we are not related to cities, countries, maybe different climates or whatever, but at the end, we also want the same things. We are all living with mobile, internet, exchange. The good effect of globalization is that we are all connected. So I think we don't need to really focus on a single place or single city, but we need to focus with the integration of us on different kind of city, different dimension, and find a way to offer to people, to users, the feeling to belong to community, to belong to something more real, in terms of scale of city, because basically are very different. If you talk about New York or Chicago, very different city, at the end life is the concept of the ground. And we need this balance. But I think, again, our curiosity, our global vision of what we need to expect as a user first, but with a brain of architects or designers, we need to use our skills to imagine. Because people there, in my small experience, I did in Milano, but because people are not, it was kind of new for them to try to observe from the other point of view, from the critic point of view, not just big building, nice building, or let's go there. They never walk there, they walk on the upper level of the city. So it was an opportunity to try to observe and try to
But I think also, just a response to that, I wonder though, because for example, if we think that we will be designing it, let's say, in relation to the there's internet, but actually not all cities have internet, and there's also not everybody also has access to let's say Wi-Fi or anything, and so there are different sort of like situations, and we can't really assume that everybody would have the same kind of like needs. I mean, yes, that there's some fundamental needs that are common, or dreams, yes, that's true, right? But there are still kind of differences that we have to contend with. And there's not one solution for all, right? And that's kind of where do we position ourselves.
I'm going to answer slightly obliquely, but I'm going to address a little bit what what's saying. This slide by Massimo was just stunning. The city that looked like the animals. Because this is our contemporary problem. Form-based design. If we always think that the human being is the beginning of all design work, we won't have these problems. So the human being in their context, so whether it's in a place that doesn't have internet or whether it's in a big city where you have access to everything, if you start there, I don't think we would have this problem. So the idea of, I love this, I think the other theme I see here is the difference between the abstract and the experiential. And the idea that real human experience is all that matters. It's not about form, it's not about abstraction, it's not about economics. It's starting with that very simple premise.
For us, I'm not an architect, I'm not a professor, and I asked Hattie, why do you invite me? Because I feel like I'm a little, but one point is Hattie was part of the research that we've been doing around the world, and we interviewed him, and so maybe he's just getting me back. But for us, one of the when the survey that we did, we talked about those beautiful values. The other side of the survey was to ask you what did they think was most important about the cities they live in, and they came up with 20 different aspects of the city, which include music and film, the arts, that include health and safety, includes employment and entrepreneurship and affordability. And all of those things are important to you, but when we run our labs, we didn't go and get design students to come up with the solutions for homelessness or the housing crisis in Vancouver, for example. We actually bring in musicians and filmmakers and chefs, and we bring in financial service, people working in financial services and young doctors, and we bring in a young entrepreneur and someone who's starting up an internet company. That, for me, is what brings out the sensitivity to all the variety that we have. Is that luckily we also had some design students in there too that can bring it to life. But it's when it's still only 30 youth under 30 in our process. But what it does is it creates unique solutions, but also it makes them want to connect with different kinds of people in the city. It makes them want to build it together as opposed to just the musicians doing stuff for musicians and filmmakers doing things for filmmakers. So that's always, we have always believed that diversity builds better ideas, and we try to live that way in the programs that we do.
Actually, I was thinking during the Robert presentation on the way that children experiment cities is very different the way we do. My daughter is 2 years old and she's enthusiastic with all things in Rome, from the shop barber to everything. So I think that we can answer in two different ways to this question. The first is in design, we have to left free spaces where users will do something we don't know. The other is the role of participation in the organization of events to ask to the people what they want in, for example, neighborhood renovation. And I participated in many of these meetings, especially in South America. And I think that it's a little bit problematic with this because today all designers do because there is just an obligation, to ask the people what they want, but they don't know what they want. I think that this is the problem. I think that Steve Jobs said these things, that the user don't know which object to sell to him. So many times they ask people and they force people in wrong directions. In South America, I don't know, they have some choice and they say, I can go with my car. They have no car, but they want the car. They are completely mistaken the idea of the development. So I think that participative process can be dangerous. It's important to do this, but one. And I prefer to have many empty and free spaces that users will use the way they want.
I think it's great that you mentioned and identified as participation as important. And it's interesting also that you're explaining and also citing that participation can be dangerous. And to a certain extent, yes, that you might not get exactly what you're hoping for, or that you're not necessarily the kind of the feedback that you get might not be as helpful. But then again, go back to also again to my first the premise with my second question is that but then how do you position yourself as an architect or as a designer or even like an administrator? Because how do you balance that, right? Like whose voices do you listen to, right? Like and I think for example like schools, architecture schools for example, they create this sense that because you're trained professionally, therefore that you have something to offer, and that's true to a certain extent. But at which point do you say that this is what you want, right? And then at which point do you listen and say that, well, maybe I need to listen, right? Like you said, like they need a car, maybe they don't, and you will not know that until the point that maybe you listen. And when Steve Jobs was talking about that notion of like people don't know what they want until they see it, you kind of like need to also contextualize that in terms of is it because like with Steve Jobs' goal also is in terms of like being able to sell them something, right, that they might want, and so but architecture, public space, is it all about necessarily about selling it, or how and that's what why the Biennale theme of free space sort of talks about visibility of architecture as a public good, and what is it for, and so and I think that's why I put back that question, like, how do you balance that? At which point do you step back, right, and listen, and at which point do you say and tell them and say, well, this is what you need to do. And it is a very difficult situation. It's not. I don't think there's also like a kind of like a very clear demarcation between that, and it is a balance. But I'm curious about like how do you do it? How do you balance that? Which one do you step back and which move forward?
Yeah. For me, I think we need to challenge the notion of what experience is. That, especially because we work with you that have been working with you for so many years, that one of their biggest challenges in life is that they don't seem to have the experience to get the experience. That's one of the challenges in getting it. And yet, as I met with a group of you just a couple of days ago in England, and I said, sell me back what you would tell to employers that you bring to a company or bring to an organization or a government. And they struggle a little bit with that. But then you put those youthful values up, and of course every organization would want people to have those values in order to
drive their organization forward. And you know, as the world ages, that's what I get worried about, is that we get stuck in these rigid versions of what experience is, that we don't allow different kinds of experience to come to the fore. And you know, I use an example out of this research that in the U.S. and now in stock markets around the world, we have public companies, and those public companies are run by boards of directors, and the average age of those directors is now in the U.S. 62 years old. It's getting older and older because the requirement of being a board of directors have experience. But also, companies are dying faster and faster than they ever have before. So what exactly is the experience that those companies are looking for in order to move them forward? Right now, you go into correlation that they need to get. Starbucks, for example, went out and constantly recruited young people to their board of directors who had a different kind of experience, because those are the ones who are consuming the coffee. So that's the kind of experience that, it's only one, youth experience is only one kind of experience. It's often, you know, it's put aside in society and cities far too often, but it's the variety of experiences that I think will build better solutions.
I'm not a member of planner, so my experience is more in a smaller scale of project, but I think the approach to be applied in any scale. And I think I'm myself more of a psychologist than an architect, dealing with the private client or private houses, the final user directly, means that we have to start a new experience every time, talking, explaining, educating, and in a good way, what I think is a good way for that project. But listening their needs, their dreams, and trying to offer the opportunity to understand why I offering a proposal then for shape of potato instead of a fake classic. I always ask why you want to do a fake. Why you want an arch inside your house. Is the beginning, and then so if you approach it from that direction, and then they got surprised. They can't be explained because they like, why you like? You know, that's interesting, and I think that kind of relationship is easy to bring one type of user or family, or maybe a small company. In large scale, in terms of cities or public space, is quite difficult. So we need to probably investigate through different people from the community. Because at the end, you're right. They don't know what to say. They're not used to reflect and to analyze from what we do. They just say that I like or they like, why you don't like, which is the way it's aesthetically or functionally.
We did some work with the local community in Cincinnati. I'm in total agreement, but I think relying solely on community engagement is not the only answer. It's one voice of many voices that have an impact on architecture. What I see happening, I mean, our best cities are aggregated over hundreds and hundreds of years, and yet nowadays everything happens so quickly. I mean, these giant master plans are just boom, instant cities, you know, instant mega buildings. So I think the approach that I think is interesting is kind of, again, economically it makes zero sense, but the idea of slowing things down a bit, testing things out, prototyping. For example, even I'm thinking of the work of Alejandro Avena in this kind of framework of infrastructure of space that people can then make changes to, and then, you know, over time they decide, I don't want my bedroom here, I want it there. You know, and you could make these changes and be more fluid and organic rather than this, which is what we have today.
I completely agree. I think the point at which that balance is struck that you asked in your question is really that kind of, it's the pragmatic point when something is implemented. There has to be, if you're going to implement it, you have to strike a balance between the desires of the designer as imposing something and the slightly unknowing desires of the community that they they're working with, and that pragmatic aspect brings decisions.
And I think that's what's interesting about what Robert was mentioning earlier about the quality of a youthful cities. It's a dynamic, right? And I think that's the notion that the city, we don't think of the city as something that is actually static. Massimo was talking about it, the living organism, we were mentioning about it earlier, of it being changing all the time, right? And so to be able to slow down and to be able to listen and to be able to also shift and kind of adjust depending on what's happening, because cities do change and they're not fixed in time. But that is also a challenge, right? That will become a challenge because people also change, right? And so you also can't fix people, right? In terms of like what they want and what their dreams are also, because there are also differences in those dreams. Shall we open? So maybe at this point we'll open the panel to questions from the floor. We'd like to invite the audience to maybe ask questions to our presenters.
So, Hello, good morning, good afternoon. So my name is João Rocha, I'm from Portugal. I'd like to add something to this last question. Last year, I was participating in Portugal in a conference with Álvaro Siza Vieira because we were celebrating the Malagueira social housing that, as you know, was built by Álvaro Siza in the mid-70s, 1976, 1977. And the interesting point of this symposium was that the local citizens of this neighborhood in Évora were invited to the forum. So we had many new faces and old faces, and also the mayor from Malagueira was present. And once again, the issue was, or one of the issues was, what Siza thought about the participation. How was participation then? By then, as you remember, Portugal by then was living a transition moment from a dictatorial regime to democracy. So that's how the project of Malagueira appeared. So Siza replied very vividly, as he always does, and he said, I'm an architect, I have been paid, my education was paid to think and to make decisions. So I need to make this decision, even though I need to listen to the other people. And that was the first answer. Of course, he said, yes, I always like to listen to citizens, like also the other famous project did in Berlin, with a much larger array of cultures involved. But in Portugal, listen to all the people that said, I need to make a decision. Also because we cannot evaluate the result of architecture or urbanism in a short period of time. So we need time to give the other answer to that question.
Yes. My question is referring to the speeches and the ideas shared by Robert and Massimo. We have in all the cities many examples of used and abandoned spaces that many times become marginal because of an inappropriate use, let's say. So, how, Robert, do you imagine to consider these problematic spaces in youth cities in order not to end up to be the stereotype of dangerous area, let's say? And do you, Massimo, think all the thoughts shared by Robert could be considered for an eventual program of reuse of those abandoned and so marginal areas?
we've been looking at some of those marginalized spaces in a few different contexts. I'll give a couple of examples. I'll use the values to talk about it, but the spaces you talk about are closed spaces, they're dangerous spaces, they're dark spaces. And if they're connected with youth, a lot of, I'll call it the authorities, but a lot of the city tries to keep it closed. They try to lock it up. They try to keep it dark with the idea that that makes it safer because there won't be anyone there. In San Antonio, Texas, they had a space very much as the one you talked about, and we're still trying to figure out exactly who did it, but someone got in there and put a disco ball hanging down from the overhang, the road that ran over top, and it was the derelict space that was dangerous, and there was no one there. But as soon as the disco ball went up, all of a sudden everyone was there, and they created a whole nighttime experience that brought people together, cyclists and pedestrians, and that allowed a space that was previously dark to be incredibly light and very safe because there was lots of people. As someone who used to cycle back and forth in London on a bicycle, of course we know that the more cyclists there, the safer it is for cyclists, but somehow cities seem to take derelict spaces and try to close them down and isolate them as opposed to opening them up and getting more people. And just to hand it over to Massimo for a second, but in Medellin, where you saw that picture of the escalators, the next time maybe you'll show the full color picture, but they're orange. They're incredible escalators. But it's not just the escalators that open it up for me, is that there's young artists who are painting the walls of that neighborhood in incredible artwork. And then as you get up to the top, you look down and you realize that all the roofs in that area are also beautifully now painted. In a neighborhood that, understanding it's still a poor neighborhood, there's a pride in that neighborhood that makes it more open to people like me to go in and not be fearful. So
I think that it's when we plan to regenerate places, we are always to think about the situation that we found. It means that even abandoned, not used, maybe some illegal occupant they have, and the best way is to consider in your regeneration process is, even in a situation of degradation, in Medellin I saw the extreme case, maybe, the case of Moravia, where the poorest people live in a garbage deposit, and the recovery of this place is not just to moving them to other side and recover a urban place for other type of use. This is that we call gentrification finally. So the idea is to participate with these people in a reconstruction of this urban issue. This is the idea. It's not even easy to do because, just for example, because we are working in Rome, we have some illegal occupants, but with commercial activity, unauthorized, and so on. Now we are actually last week our students had the first visit to the place, and they had to put there some new project of the university facility. So I don't know if in this case they should consider this illegal commercial activity in the project. Maybe it's different in European cities where finally the legal occupation of the territory is to don't buy people that
and other possibilities, I think, than in South America or the European countries where you have to consign people living in the condition where you are when you are planning to do some intervention. It's impossible just to bear away.
I'd just like to return to the point about Malagueira, because I've got a lot of standing research interest in it. What in that symposium where the Caesar and the architectural community were there, what was the response from the residents? Were they, we live in a marvelous piece of work by one of the world's greatest architects, did they approve of the environment he created?
Okay. Nowadays, of course, Malagueira receives visitors from all over the places, architects, artists, musicians, citizens, and that brings a new issue to how can issues dialectic between the solution, the citizen, and the public, because even the citizens live on they like other persons from the world to go there and start to engage in a conversation with them about do you remember the process by them, do you like our house? So that gives a sense of pride to their belonging, even at a certain point you might not like very much some of the issues. So that's one dimension of understanding the process. On the other hand, the kids of this generation, they like the house nowadays. So maybe the parents were criticizing the courtyard was too short, and they could not paint the window, the soccer symbol on the wall. Their sense of their process like very much the house. So once again, time here is giving a positive answer to Caesar and the Caesar beliefs about Malagueira. Thank you.
So about time. Time is the real problem nowadays. Because now we have to finish everything in a fast time. We need to respect the business plan. That means that this is the land, this is the volume, this is what we want. And what is really missing, and we have to investigate people, to interact. And what really missing is that, at least in Italy, I think more or less around the world, is the positive interaction with the community, with the politicians, but the city hall. They're just dictating rules and timing, you try to impose some stupid stuff like put the garden there, or a fountain there. But just, we don't have a very real collaborative collaboration of the direct point of view to try to avoid those barriers, because that's the rule. We are also architects and design engineers, planners. They just try to be against us as a designers. So that the problem nowadays is timing. Second question.
Yes, thank you. I guess my question is for Terry, but also maybe for everybody. But it goes back to something you were saying during the first question, which was the question on sensitivity. So yes, you mentioned that seeing this garbage, this junk material as a building material actually has a productive value, and is definitely one type of useful sensitivity to develop. There's also kind of the opposite useful sensitivity to see all built material just temporarily that's garbage, that's temporarily not garbage, and that for most of its life will be garbage. And even that it's all beautifully kind of put in place, it's still basically garbage that's temporarily put up in this beautiful building until it goes somewhere else. So I guess my question would be like how to develop these kind of counterintuitive sensitivities that are not immediately made apparent at the human scale. Like you mentioned that if only we had more if only our approach was more based on the human scale, we would actually be able to solve these problems.
I actually think it might be the opposite. If our approach was less focused on the human limited perspective on things, potentially we could affect some of these issues at a systemic scale, which is actually much more difficult because it's actually much more counterintuitive to us. So I guess going back to my question, like how to deal with this, the panel is called Architecture for the People. The challenge of designing things for the people that are counterintuitive to people is actually one that's really pressing and critical, right? So maybe everyone has a perspective, starting with you, but potentially everyone else.
I mean, I think the thing that I appreciate about the panel is that all of the scales were represented pretty well. I mean, from the individual small scale, detailed touch scale to the large planning scale. I'm not, I understand your point about all materials are eventually made so I don't know that I have much more to add to that. Maybe I'm not understanding the direct.
Yes, I'll just clarify. Sure. Essentially, there's an approach that would say this garbage is also built material and therefore can be made beautiful and sure. We can connect to it at a human scale in a beautiful pavilion in the heart of Venice, etc. The other perspective, which is not counter to it, it's not counter to it, but it's the other side of the coin, is to think about this, again, all built material as joint, and eventually approaching it not from the scale of the pavilion, which is one kind of distinct design intervention, but thinking of the design of the supply chain, of not just the assembly, but disassembly of things at a much larger scale of intervention, which is again not a human-centered problem. It's actually a systemic scale problem, and that also requires some ingenuity and some kind of design skill.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think you see a lot of move towards prefabrication, for example, as a way to think about how things are assembled and disassembled, and how they might be recycled and upcycled. Trust me, the approach that we take in the studio is simply an academic exercise about trying to get them to think around how they're making things, and it's not only about sustainability, it's not only about the garbage, it's about being resourceful with what you have, right? So things that you're given with or given to, so to speak. So it's not entirely, from my perspective, about that issue about sustainability. So it's more about telegraph.
Cities would be incredibly sustainable places without humans, I think is what you're saying. Cities would be very sustainable places without humans. And the tension for us is that when we look at, so I'm speaking a lot about youth, but there's this tension that youth have always been the leaders in the environmental movement and the leaders of the high-frequency consumption movement, and that the temporary nature of fashion, the temporary nature of all kinds of things, the number of, a lot of youth are actually coming up with solutions to get rid of plastic bottles, and there's a lot of youth who are consuming the plastic bottles. So I think that tension is still around, but my hope anyway is that if we can unleash a little bit more of that ingenuity towards sustainability and foster those trials and those tests, and some of them will work and some of them won't, that hopefully will get us a little more towards a sustainable future in cities.
Sustainability is one of the most abused words nowadays. Everybody is talking about sustainability. In those big buildings, you just need to respect the sustainability of this building, to get some certificate. So probably we are all exercising more in that direction than what is real. Even like art is going to recycling, architecture, all movement. And you're right. So we need to be back to more spontaneous or education on respect the world without throwing plastic on the street and reusing what is good to be reused and not everything. So we are going to we're kind of addicted to this world.
Yes, I think thinking in materials,
I think that really the industry is more the problem than the solution. Maybe city needs shift to low entropy cities by closing small circles inside the same city with respect to food, energy production, and of course building construction with materials at most of possible available locally. The water, I don't know, last week I were in Ensenada in Mexico, and the drinkable water comes from Colorado. It is crazy, you know? There are some technological systems that can help, for example, in this case, the salination from the seawater to our uses. But technology, when related to the big industries, has in general a very negative impact on the sustainability of our lives that are humans, of course. When we think about, I don't know, the same material certified, used all around the world, the same building scheme, the same glass tower, I don't know, these things that all used to be crazy and have to be changed for a new, recontextualized way of design.
One last question.
I have a very practical question. Having listened to these very interesting approaches, especially from Massimo and from Federico, and also from Ehrman, my question is, what about the social, and first of all, the socio-economic context? How we can realize these new projects, in the positive sense of Kennedy, how independent from age, how we can realize these projects when we look at points like private property, when we look at points like the splintering urbanism phenomenon in the so-called neo-capitalist late phase of history we are living now. What's about governmental resistances in case of new projects of Ehrman, for instance? In one word, how we deal with this very practical hindrance of new positive approaches. First of all, of a capitalist origin. I'm no Marxist, but it's a practical question. Okay?
Try to think. But again, it's what I was trying to tell before. We need cooperation between the politicians, the municipality, and people in our expertise. So we need to cooperate, because otherwise, if you try to answer something, the economical and the capitalistic system doesn't look at us. We are just part of the thing. They consider our services. I'm always trying to say that I want to sell architecture, I want to sell services. That's the problem. I think even from our point of view, that big firm, 100, 200, 300 people out there, so they just care about the business and finish the project because of the capitalist system, and without talk with the other figure part of the system. So that's the problem. I mean, which is the answer, honestly, I don't know. We are trying with this panel also, with other panels in the world, we're trying to put our voice from our experience and sharing, but hopefully someone will do something.
It seems to be impossible because, I don't know, South America, we have many people that have no place to live, and then we have residential buildings that are empty because they get sold out at the price they want. Same in Europe with the crisis, no? In Spain, I remember many of these buildings are in property of the banks. So I think that politics can help, but which kind of politics? In Catalonia, someone proposed to obligate the bank or the property of the buildings that are empty to sold out or to I don't know the word, or to put someone inside at the price that they can pay. This is change. I don't know, an idea like this that I really think that in the same Catalonia, finally it was not included in the new law, was just a proposal. But I don't know, in Chile, one time I said that with the president of the construction corporation of the country, and they said, you are crazy. This is attempting with our constitution that is providing constitutional right for private property. I don't know. I think that I'm not really optimistic in economical change of the way we are thinking, but yes, I think that the change will happen. I think that our resource crisis and the climatological crisis will obligate us to change our society, our economical structure, and or the social structure with economical change. We shift to another level.
Well, I mean, the easy answer would just have more youthful people running cities, right? Is that?
You stole my line.
But and when I say youthful, my mother's youthful in her 80s, and when we did our research, the people that youth were bringing forward as youthful people in their societies, one was a 95-year-old fashion designer in New York. I mean, it really isn't age, but that tug of war that we see and that youth are seeing around the world is that if we can find those people, we can have. Hopefully, we can make some of those changes. Amsterdam has one of the youngest city councils in the world, and it's still an older country, but it has one of the youngest. That just by age, I don't know if they're youthful or not. In Mexico, in our ranking of cities, Mexico City, in our last global ranking, Mexico City came 10th, and Tokyo came 20th. And Maxwell spent more time there probably than I have, but about 5 or longer years ago, new mayor came in and said, I want to really embrace the youth of this city and I want to get them involved. And they were they were the top ranked city as far as youth engagement in our index. And they were bringing a vibrancy and a life and hopefully a youthfulness to the city, which hopefully will pay dividends in the long term. But it's that kind of belief system and finding those people who have a long-term view, but also have the ingenuity and the openness and the connectedness that obviously we believe is important.
I think in relation to the sort of political and economic situation, with a lot of the locations we're working in, to be frank, the students have the liberty to propose things in our context which they might not have the liberty to propose in their home countries. That's become apparent really over a few years. And within that, some people are more, within that context, some people are more constrained than others. When they then return, they're back in a different situation. And the only thing that will can come of it is really this openness and criticality that they've been exposed to through education. Has some kind of long-term effect in terms of hopefully foster openness in their own societies, and they will. You know, I've been in a situation not actually to do with kind of open societies or closed societies, but we had a student from a few years ago from Malawi, who which obviously is one of the poorest countries in the world, and his sponsor came to make sure that we weren't mistreating him at the university, came to see us. And he was a retired British military man who was the secretary of the sponsorship board. And he said in very direct terms, to the student, when you are a minister, you will be able to implement your ideas. That's why we pay for education. We do developing innovative methods of housing, but we, as a philanthropic organisation, that made its money from exploiting the country of That's another story. They are identifying people, and you're going to be in charge of this stuff. So what are you going to do? And it's still we have to wait and see until 10 years.
Unfortunately, that's the time that we have, all the time that we have. Let us thank our speakers, Terry, Robert, Massimo, Federico, and Iman, for the wonderful presentations and for the panel discussion. And if you'd like to ask more questions, we would encourage you to talk to them individually, maybe during the break. Thank you so much. Let's give them a big round.
Anthropology and literacy, with over 15 years experience in landscape and urban investigation, participatory process, and community-based residency. Steve is the founder of Urban Africa Institute, executive director of ESA, and since 2017, co-director of Movies in Art Festival. So please let's start. Please.
So, thanks Lucia for inviting me to be here. 15 minutes. And thanks for a good introduction. It was very stimulating, very provoking questions. Sensitivity, how we raise awareness in our cities, in our neighborhoods. Not easy. When I graduated, I studied architecture. I'm actually formally a planner. And I studied here in Venice, when there were those very old bars. You could have a typical food. Now they serve you macaroni with 4 cheese in microwave. It's kind of food, a shift. It's funny because about sustainability. I have a question for you, and I will give an award. I will give a prize to the best of work. Okay, but the question first: what do we mean with a culturally sustainable city? That's the question. Think about it. What do we mean with culturally sustainable city? My answer first. I don't know if it's right, but anyway. I studied here in Venice, I studied planning, urban planning, and what happened that one of the good and bad things at the same time, when you get out of the university and you travel around places and see shit. You cannot look at the world anymore the same way, with innocence. It's gone. Innocence is gone. You start walking around, take the train, you drive by car, and it goes like, oh, look at that, it's not working. You know, you see the bikeway and stop against the village. Hey, look at the bikeway, that's not working. You know? You go, maybe you go in other countries, you go to suburbs, and you see people, people living on the streets. You know, just came back from Sao Paulo, took a visit to Cracolândia. 2,000 people living on the streets, people getting crack at 86 years old. You know? And you say, gosh, can you see that? Can you see that? Can you see that? And what happened to me that I discovered right after this, after having also done some, practice as we were planning, pretty nice books, commissioned research, vision, like, positive fixed line vision of the city, where people swimming in the falls with ducks, fancy buildings in the back. The issue was that when I talk with people, people are not seeing things. You see that thing? No. I lived 3 months and a half in the Praça Patriarca, right in the middle of São Paulo. Plenty of people. You see people just walking through them. I invite you to see a video by Luciana Federico. She made, it's called cobertores. These are the things, the blankets that are given to Portuguese, given to the morador de rua, the homeless people. And she made a huge installation in this valley in the middle of São Paulo, and she put all these blankets that shaped like people, and then you could see that people found them, like ghosts. We just, ordinary people don't look at things anymore. That's the issue. So, getting back to the question, very interesting question, how you can get architects and urbanists and landscape designers to help to raise this awareness? I think the answer, they're not the right people to ask them. I mean, they're there to design things. How can you ask that to an engineer? We studied 6-7 years to become, a very good engineer and design bridges and nice buildings and whatever, They're not the right people to ask them. That's why I gave up being a planner and I kickstarted a company, because I wanted to reach people differently. Because the answer about sensitivity is not, it's a problem of language. You cannot ask an engineer and architect to do that. He doesn't have the right language to reach people. Sorry about that. I'm with you, I'm studying, I'm a planner, but it's a problem. They are there to design spaces and make them, the best way, the best way. But they're not the right people to educate. And we need to educate. I just come back again from São Paulo. I produce a festival in cinema and architecture. So I've been crossing around the country for a while. South, São Paulo. I've been traveling with this festival. And then you think, yeah, wow, I did an amazing thing. And then you look at statistics of the first election, presidential election in Brazil, and you see 48% goes to a guy who's happy to declare that he will murder all homosexuals. What kind of vision these people have of the city? So, what can we do with that? So I started, through my practice and my activity, to build a project so that I could reach people differently. How? For instance, I have a very popular. So, basically what we do, right? We do books. Why we do books? Because they are physical, and we need physicity, and we are all connected, but we still need this. and for example, this book was the result of 1 year residency in a small village that is in Italy, that is becoming abandoned, and there is a huge process of gentrification. So pushing away poor people, middle class, and taking people rich inside to have their beautiful palazzo in the Middle Age. And so we invited for 1 year artists, but every month we had a public event inviting citizens to interact with us. That's a thing we can do. Everything was self-financed. And then we do many other books. This is books about this is research about what was happening in London at the time of the Olympics. Everything looks very sensitive. Great initiative, great design, great architects. And we try to look at the other side. Every medal has two faces. We try to show the second face always. What we do, maybe we can go with the next because we have been working 4 years in São Paulo, working on, again, with artists and community to, this is just a video about the exhibition we did after 4 years working there. It was about how we can engage the issue of public spaces. São Paulo, they close spaces, they don't open them. So we have tried to work on this, and we kept like a diary for 4 years of these people working. And we use network, we use every kind of tool available, we try to use it. Other things we do is we organize workshops. We organize workshops where we invite people to interact with spaces, using languages, different languages. Photography, for instance, is a very good language, is a good exercise to relate to the space. And we also create festivals. For instance, we try to bring content. For instance, this festival we did about cinema and architecture was very nice. It's a different language, and people more quickly get aware about issues. So this is more or less quickly. We have a website. It's called Urbanática Institute.com. This was very fun. You see that girl sitting on a bench there, and you see that is Rua Consolação. Rua Consolação is a big street in the middle of São Paulo where they remove all the benches, so you cannot sit anywhere, basically. And so she built a bench with cardboard, and she performed in the city. She was just sitting around the city, facing the city, and it was funny. You feel the reaction of people. And this was very interesting. So basically what I'm saying is that actually what is, in my perspective, lacking is a real thinking about what we are using words, right? With words we create words. The issue is I don't think we think enough about the words we use. So for instance, sustainability. What exactly is a cultural sustainable city? Or even more difficult, what exactly is a cultural sustainable community? Most of the people don't see things. How can we, ask them to tell us what to do as architects and planners? So I think my solution, small solution to my practice as a renegade planner is trying to get into schools. As soon as we get them, as little they are, the better it is. We have to get inside school, try to defend public education. I'm actually, what I'm doing with my work is actually something that should have been done by public education, but it's not. They're killing, basically. They're killing public education. So we are raising a society of people who is not aware of what they're seeing. And we could do tons of examples of this, right? Just people don't see things. So this is my my point, and I could go on and on. I have a few videos about books, but most of the things, if you're interested in this kind of activity, we have an online source where you can look at the books, the research we've done, publication. We're working on 5 books now for next fair of photography in Paris, and I teach in Paris. What I teach in Paris is exactly this. It's about the assumption behind seeing. So I teach in this MA program, photography and image making. I think this it's very important because we more and more communicate through images, even with architecture. If you are not able to build a very nice looking video, it's becoming very hard to communicate through images. So image is becoming more and more the language, and we are losing words. This is a book, for instance, about Malagrotto. Malagrotto is one of the biggest dams in Europe. It's a very disaster, so we made a book about this. This is another book about Rome, the decadence of Rome. One of the most important historical cities worldwide, and it's becoming a hell, actually. So we're just trying to show things, at least. Not give up showing things as they are, not hiding, like Bauman said. We don't have to hide them. Papermaticos. And And I will show you. We have a crowdfunding campaign. Actually, now we are raising funds for a book. Yeah, this is not a graph. This is the dumping road. We are raising funds to make a book which was made. It's a survey about the inner Mongolia, China, where there are these huge, all know these images of empty boxes and skyscrapers, dystopic vision of the city, which is running actually the cinema. I made a lecture last week about this, about the dystopic vision of city in cinema. It's all about superheroes and dystopic, very ugly, Fritz Lang looking style cities. And why is that? I like before we're talking about, but we live on the ground. But it's not really like that. We are ignoring people living on the ground, sleeping on the ground. So, it should be like that, but it's not. So this is just a book about a dam. And what else? I think I'm almost done with the time, right? No, maybe not. 4 minutes. Wow, that was long. I don't know what to say. I'm done. No. Okay, Minoka. This is we are financing this book for these 2 French architects. So they spent some time in São Paulo as well, and they made this little book about Minhocão. If you don't know about Minhocão, you should know, but it's very interesting. It's actually a highway that crosses in the middle of the town, historic center of São Paulo, and passes very close to the buildings where people live. And it's quite a well-known case, and it turns into a kind of public space during weekends, basically. So that's another thing I think it's important, is to decontextualize. Why architects are not ready to answer that question I mentioned before is it's a problem of language. So we have to decontextualize things, so then people will get it probably better. So, like bringing issues outside of this very gracious kind of situation, I think it's very important to bring issues to people differently. Like that. And what else? Maybe another book. Let's see. We are a comic book. No, whatever. Another book we're working on is with a photographer from Milano, and he, I was talking about this. The lesson was not very good, but anyway, check this out. One of the things I always asked myself from the very start, once I finished my studies, was that if there are so many schools out there of architecture, planning, and landscape, whatever, and so many students, so many professors, we should all live in such a beautiful world. But it's not, right? It's not. So it's something not working there. And you don't need to be Marxist for that. You have to be human. That's what I think. So we are promoting this work, which is a relation between these speculations and what, in the book, is comparing images taken now there in China with screenshot of, not really screenshot, but still from the images of films of neorealism in Italy. So when we had the same booming in Italy after the 60s, right, let's say, and this was the most important cinema season for us. Now we have like Rosio, Monticelli, Pasolini. We have such amazing work. So this book is comparing, and the funny thing, sometimes you put images one after the other, and you don't know where exactly you are. They are so similar. So now I think we were done. So please, 3 people who answer my question. What is actually a culturally sustainable city? Okay. Then we vote. I don't know. We vote.
So this is not just a question, it's sorry, not just an answer, it's more of a question, it's just an answer. What I see from what you said is, what I think is a difference between technology and culture. Like to me, it's like one is too fast, technology which is driven by economy essentially, and capitalism and neoliberalism, and culture, which is what you're talking about. We should have go to school as soon as they get out of their mother. But so I think that cultural sustainable city is one where the difference in speed between technology and culture is smallest.
Okay. Another answer?
A village. A village.
So the size, the scale.
Pretty much. People who are there are already having, they're doing things in a small scale and they're very culturally grounded.
So you're saying that when the village gets too big, then
things get
out of
lost.
control.
Yes.
Right. So we cannot control. Other answers? Come on. I will give a nice book as a
the question of scale, you need relatively small scale, but first of all you need mutual respect and diversity. When you ensure mutual respect and diversity, architecture doesn't matter. This is middle one. Very short.
Okay, so just a quick note about what you just said. There's a philosopher, I think it's Anders, he said, we are reaching to the point where we are not asking ourselves what we can do with technology, but we are starting to ask ourselves what we can do for machine. So this is quite interesting. So let's vote. So we have technology like this, for instance, we had diversity and scale. Let's vote for diversity. 3, 4, 5. Let's vote for scale. 6, 7, 8. Cameraman 8. And technology. Who goes to just to show you the last thing. This is a book, it's real, but it's not a fake news. So, this book we made with Ralph Steinecker, this guy from Switzerland, living in Singapore, and it's called The City with Many Names. It's a book about Istanbul. And actually, his image of the city, which is about the suburbs, the closed city, again. It's where the rural workers now live. And it's an ever-changing city, because things are demolished and built very fast. So it's a disappearing city at the same time. And it's another name for the city again. So that's why the city with many names. I think it's very interesting. He's a photographer really working on side B of cities worldwide.
And such, you can ask at the desk outside. Okay, see you later. Bye.
So the second sub-theme that we have for today is culture for sustainable cities. To brief you about this sub-theme, as the world is evolving and developing rapidly, the next speakers will address how the cities are coping with the existence of cultural projects and integrating it in the current urban environments. They're going to talk about how cities are dealing with cultural heritage and world heritage projects across the world, and how to preserve the city's identity. They're also going to talk about the culture and the creative industries for the city's revitalization. So, all of that, in order to understand how would policies govern our urban environments and how we have the ability to meet the needs of the present without compromising the needs of the future. That being said, I'd like to introduce the first speaker, Scott. Scott Wood. He is from the University of Melbourne. He teaches architecture history, theory, and design in the Faculty of Architecture, Building and Planning at the University of Melbourne. He coordinates the first-year design studio and leads a graduate studio that probes the museum, its curatorial conditions, and representations. He recently traveled to Venice with 70 students to investigate the city's hidden architectural histories. So, Scott, the floor is yours. Please.
All right, thank you, Fadi. Thank you, Lucia and team for inviting me back to Venice. I should say at this point as well, with my formalities out of the road, thank you to the director of the graduate school at Melbourne School of Design, Alan Pert, and the chair of architectural design, Donald Bates, for supplying my time today. Now I start this talk with two apologies. The first of which, this is a terrible way to start, but it's how I start nonetheless. Two apologies. First of which is this was developed as a paper, not as a speech. So for that reason I'll be leaving. I know that's dangerous after lunch, and most of you will probably be asleep in 15 minutes. But that's up to you. The second apology is to the people who should have been sitting at the back there in the vacant chairs. I would like to direct your attention to them, my students, that are not there, because we're 2 weeks away from the final solution in the Southern Hemisphere. Apologies. Okay, so this paper very generally has been birthed, I suppose, out of a Venice travel studio. I co-directed with Alan Pert, my colleague. We were in Venice a couple of months ago with 17 students, as Fanny mentioned. So this was an opportune moment for me, that is this conference, to begin to attempt, and I put attempt in caps, to come to terms with what it is we did in the studio. So hopefully by the end of the presentation that will be got more or less. Okay. Cities are shaped by the people who move through them. The flow and congregation of bodies, of goods, of atmosphere. I don't mean to say that the city is shaped by people over time as a gradual agglomeration of physical matter, demarcating and constituting a cartographic reality. Rather, the city is rendered present only by its witnesses in the now. If we hold this premise, the city's institutions, whether temple or train station, gallery sculpture or apple stall, become especially important for their role in dictating this shape. In the public realm, and particularly in heavily touristed areas like Venice, the guidebook is the city. That's the point. Quite literally, the guidebook tells the city what it is and what it looks like. It plays God from the bottom of the bag beside the sun. This paper looks at Colin Rowe's short text which appears in the third volume of the collected works, As I was saying, Urbanistics,
titled I Stood in Venice and the Bridge's Eyes, to critique the guidebook culture of the contemporary traveller, ask how it makes and unmakes the known city, whilst providing some thoughts on a possible alternative way driven out of a recent design studio here in Venice. It was by chance or luck that I rediscovered Rose's text again a month or so ago. I'd forgotten all about it, but came across it while looking for something else. Venice and Rose. It was immediately apparent why it was necessary for that text to write this paper. 1. My PhD thesis in development is on Rome. 2. I was recently in Venice co-directing a travelling design studio with 17 students from the Melbourne School of Design. Point 2a, I married a Venetian artist. You can keep the pause for later. This nod of academic and personal life proved irresistible, and in a way, reluctantly, I find myself unable to leave the orbit of his paper. My endeavours here are therefore autobiographical, kind of fait accompli, persistently academic and pedagogical, whilst manifesting the Venice on the other side of these doors. So it's by way of Rose Spectre that I attempt to hypothesise a position of sustainability as per the impetus of the conference here, not, I might add, within the guise of a pathway to a projected future for a sustainable city, but as a provocation for an as-yet present. I'll divide this piece in 3. For the preliminary 2 parts, observing the charts that Rose plotted concerning Venice and consumption, and by doing so, inevitably conflating what Canadian architect and Rose scholar George Baird has called Rose oppositional thought. The dialectical play that Rose pursues in his text frames an excursion specifically on the travel guide book. Rose's 2 user categories are the cultivated 19th century tourist, and my words, not his, its antithesis, the uncultivated 20th century tourist. Such a survey, however brief, exists to track the changing temperament of the tourist traveller who consequently gives shape to the city, using the guidebook as an instrument by which to do so. The third way, a nod to Anthony Bigler's canonical The Third Typology, concerns the 21st century tourist, and is driven out of investigations recently completed as part of the aforementioned travelling studio in Venice, with Master of Architecture students from the Melbourne School of Design. The studio was completed back in Melbourne as little as 1 month ago, and this paper acts as a reflection, but also importantly, and by way of disclaimer, a very first attempt to situate the studio's pedagogical activity and theoretical apparatus within a broader discourse concerning what I'm calling here Venetian culture function. This paper tracks 2 historical cultural conditions, persistently global yet acutely Venetian. A Venetian problem, if we are to believe Time magazine. Then, via hypothesis developed from the methods, processes and speculation of the Venice studio, propose a third cultural way developed through, whilst represented by yet another guide. A guidebook of hidden histories, what we call guidebook of hidden histories. So Rose's case studies begin with Karl Baedeker, the famed German travel writer who first published his Northern Italian Guide sometime in the 1860s. With the company beginning in central Germany in 1827 to provide travellers of the Rhineland with an alternative to expensive living local guides. Baedeker's guide would gain early influence, and Rose's support of Baedeker stems from what one may call its cultural literacy, or its singular concern for directing the traveller to places of historical, read cultural, significance, museums, palazzos and churches. The proclivity for travel in the 1800s and the success of Baedeker's guides can be attributed to the newfound wealth and upward mobility of the middle classes in Europe at the time. According to Hannah Arendt, the German-American political theorist and philosopher writing in 1960, the birth of the cultured or educated Philistine signified the shift from the complete middle-class disinterest in the arts and culture to the realisation that useless cultural objects impart knowledge tradable for social status.
The upwardly mobile could, as a result, now aspire to a privileged position in society, previously closed to them. Consequently, this meant that dormant leisure time became retrofitted with a new outlook, dedicated to the education of the individual via travel. If Baedeker's guides give us any anthropological evidence of the customs and habits of the traveller at this time, then the appetite for historical cultural knowledge ranks chiefly among them. The divide between what may be deemed pure recreation, i.e. a relaxation within a naturalistic setting, like seaside, inland lake or forest, for reasons of health and well-being, is replaced by an applied recreation, encompassing self-education in far-flung destinations and readily consumed later by those left back home. The insatiable appetite for the otherness of culture was well underway, as it testified by the number of Baedeker's sales. See the sights became the imperative. Arendt's outline of the newly minted world traveller doesn't stop at a recognition of the onset of a new cultural epoch. Rather, the derogatory philistinism by which Arendt reproaches the middle-class traveller of this era is guaranteed by his or her will to be educated. The difference between education and consumption is what matters here. The educated Philistine's inability to penetrate and consume the art or architectural objects, i.e. the cultural objects of Baedeker's guides, is due to the a priori will to educate. That is to say, the cultivated 19th century tourist's intention to apprehend and wrestle knowledge from the cultural object is the reason why said knowledge belongs to him. If Baedeker's guide represented for Rowe an authentic, meaningful, and revealing study of place by providing a pointed outline of its cultural historical context, that is, documenting the institutions comprising the cultural field of events, then travel writer Temple Fielding, via his Fielding's Guides, first published in 1948, tells his readers, and I quote, about eating, drinking, and shopping, what to order at Harry's Bar or Alfredo's, or where to buy Gucci, Valentino, and wine. Naturally, the conversation turns to a more overt discourse of consumption, at least as it's recognised in the contemporary setting. But do you really get what you pay for? Jean Baudrillard writes in his book from the 1970s, The Consumer Society, that consumption, rather than producing satisfaction, as is commonly held, instead provides a means for differentiation only, aiding individualism or its inverse in expression of one's collective membership. It is at this point that a connection between Baudrillard's consumer and Arendt's cultural Philistine becomes apparent. Both are defined by an a priori will to communicate within the broad social field. One, through knowledge gain and subsequent transmission. The other, through material gain and its subsequent transmission. This similitude also surfaces within Baedeker's and Fielding's too. Rowe notably hinted at an affiliation of Fielding to Baedeker. In highlighting the divergence of their patrons, he also anticipates their conversion. Museums, churches, and palaces with Harry's Bar, Gucci, and no further developed thesis on this point is presented within Rowe's paper. However, speculation may be advanced. I Stood in Venice on the Bridge of Sighs was penned in 1985. By then, well and truly the beginning of a Frankenstein-like Baedeker Fielding hybrid was emerging. One where one might be coaxed into Pasticceria Tonello in the morning for a coffee, followed by some Canova light while at church. If consumption is at the heart of capitalism, then both Baedeker Fielding and their guides stand resolute as flag bearers of this ontology. This evidence, however, of the paradox of the consumptive reality is provided in the first instance by Arendt's cultural Philistine and his inability to know the thing he wants to know. The second,
Baudrillard's understanding of the drive to material consumption recognized rather as an impulse to differentiate, which infinitely delays satisfaction. Apologies. So this is a slide. This was a slide at one point in its life. Some of you probably of Venice. All those red flags that you can see there are what we call this is a studio hidden histories. Points of view to some reference. Down here is the off map actually, is Berrucci's DeSoto Park. We have Cannes Congress Centre here, Corbusio's Hospital, unbuilt of course in this area, Palazzo Grassi here, and the Tronchetto Island competition. So our hidden histories, as we call them, are a series of projects allocated to the students of the Venice Travelling Studio. These projects, 17 in total, are all Venetian and are all, in a certain sense, therefore localizable. Only in a certain sense. While some, like the rigid size or the bottling of the Corini right here, are physically and experientially accessible, real in every sense of the word, others, like the 13th century Scuola Grande della Carità, now transformed as the Gallery of Academia, or OMA's transformation of Fondato di Tedeschi, are partially formed. Portuguese's La Strada Novissima from the 1980 Venice Architecture Biennale and Rossi's Teatro del Mondo once present, whilst the Corbusier's Cannaregio Hospital and the Tronchetto Island competition never present. These latter ones were only ever read through fictional narrative and reception of a still stolen public. On recognising the impossibility of consuming the city on its own terms due to these project variables, but also due to the theoretical arguments made above concerning churches and workshops, we turn to strategies which offer rear-guard access to the known city. In effect, to satiate our most wanton desire to consume the city, we attempted to leave the city well alone. The city was replaced by contingent conditions in the shadows. This is Alex's La Strada Novissima by Portuguese to Venice Biennale 1980. Alex's student project. So within each hidden history, whether there, partially there, and never there, each student was required to sort of denature the theme. To begin to think from the periphery of the centreless circle, as it were, in an effort to bypass the Heideggerian object theme. We deployed various methods to challenge the objecthood and therefore consumability of each hidden history. The circle is something latent, diminished, or perhaps even hypercentered. This is King's Clay Churches, Gladio Torre, Longiana's Santa Maria del Sorrento. We looked at the idea of the artifact as a way to define our moods and bits of ground which we could lean on during the design stage. We were not interested in the common definition of artifact as made singular object. Rather, artifact as, and I quote, something observed in scientific investigation or experiment that is not naturally present but occurs as a result of the preparative or investigative procedure. So it offers us a way to simultaneously interrogate object, process, and authorship. Rico's from Dr. Methods for soliciting the artifact included conducting archival research to uncover minor moments within the history of the hidden history, pushing core design principles to catastrophe, discovering bureaucratic correspondence and using it as a vehicle to undermine or overmine, reconstituting preliminary design documents, they discover alternate schemes so they become contemporaneously rebuilt. Dow's 7 squad under. In many cases, the consequences for each hidden history after such processes resulted in acute typological stylistic form or programmatic exhaustion, paramount to a sort of psychogenic amnesia within the hidden history itself. The resultant productions are perhaps reminiscent of a nascent evolution future. So Venice has a certain inevitability. Our hidden history guidebooks unapologetically capitalise on Venice's cultural currency and the populist genre made famous by Baedeker and Flume. Our hidden histories and the design process they triggered remain hidden in the same way that they never really existed. There's no intention to reveal like a regular guide does. The naming convention is perhaps off-limit. What we're forwarding is neither hidden nor necessarily historical. Each student work emphasises a new way to get to the object of a particular hidden history by beginning in London. So Venice, that place that was thought to be the place of pure unmitigated consumption, Baedeker's history objects, buildings, material experiences, and perhaps even our hidden history artifacts, turns out to be the place of its inverse. The place of ideal consumption, that is, of non-consumption. Venice's history, matter, and concept retreat unnoticed from the scene of their own human. Thank
Thank you, Scott. That was very interesting. Our next speaker is Divina Bujaude. She's an architect and graduated from the American University of Beirut. She studied archaeological restoration at Nancy School in Paris and Lyon Lumière. She returned to Lebanon to resume her work with MSA Architects. Divina also was the head architect of the Italian Archaeological Mission. Continuing her architectural work, her main work is archaeological restoration and integration of the archaeological remains in modern urban fabric and the reconstruction of it. Furthermore, she teaches at the Lebanese National University in the Faculty of Fine Arts and Architecture, was a student. And Divina has a project on display in exhibition in the Time Space Existence in Transmora. Divina, welcome, the floor is yours.
Thank you for inviting me, for the team, for everybody. I would like to read because it is easier for me. And I'm going to present the context first to Beirut because I think that a lot of you doesn't know it, and then talk about some experiences and how and the issues that integration of archaeological remains rise in this context. So, the aim of my intervention in this paper is to examine and propose ways of integrating a country's architectural heritage in all its form, from archaeological remains to more recent traditional buildings, into the fabric of a city, infusing it with history and memory, making it alive with culture, a place that is good to live in. Interest in ancient construction started during the Renaissance when architects were interested in studying Roman architecture to understand proportion and construction technique. As in those days, people had to use materials available locally for construction. This restricted the choice mainly to using stone construction, unifying the articulation of their architecture. At the onset of the 20th century, and with the new technological advances and globalization, builders have been offered a wide variety of buildings, systems, and materials, creating a huge palette of different construction types that are estranging us from the unified stone language that once suffused our cityscape. When ancient vestiges such as Roman temples in Baalbek, Lebanon, are situated outside an urban context, we find them easy to preserve and easy to maintain and consolidate, making them a touristic destination that is beneficial for the country economy, for the country's economy. These are some archaeological. But the problem arises when those ruins are found at the heart of the urban scene. Those constructions, if not rehabilitated and reused in some way, are usually either dismantled or they disappear. Throughout history, from the early times of antiquity till the dawn of the 20th century, Lebanon found itself at the crossroads of different peoples and civilizations. Assyrian, Babylonian, Egyptians, Arabs came to occupy the local traditions. Then came Alexander invasion, followed by the Roman conquest, the Byzantine, the Arab expansion, the Crusaders, and in more recent times, the 500-year-long Ottoman occupation, ousted finally during the First World War by French army and mandate. All this made Beirut the crucible in which the culture of these different civilizations intermixed, resulting in a rich cultural diversity and the incredible build-up of cumulative layers of archaeological ruins, palaces, heritage buildings, and houses. Some adopted and readapted as part of Lebanese own architectural heritage, like the Triple House, like the Triple House arch that have become assimilated to the traditional Lebanese house. A lot of this heritage still exists today. Some is implanted in today's urban fabric among modern and contemporary buildings, while the rest lies buried under backfills and old constructions. During the Lebanese civil war, which lasted from 1975 till 1990, many buildings, particularly in the capital Beirut, were damaged to the point of no return and had to be torn down. Consequently, post-war buildings are being constructed on the liberating lots. To exacerbate the situation further, the inflationary rise in the cost of the land encouraged owners of traditional buildings to intentionally neglect their properties to the point of decay, till the buildings on the verge of collapse had to be demolished, freeing the land to be profitably sold to potential developers. These developers seek ways to respond to buyers' need to reside near centralized business areas and educational facilities, are targeting the old buildings and traditional Lebanese houses scattered among more recent construction. As a result, more of these old houses are now being demolished and replaced by new buildings. This is leading to the expansion of an architectural species. But we still have some places where we can find the genius lodge, the traditional genius lodge, like Jumeirah and others. Now I'm going to talk about the project. These are the houses among that I think now they are explored already. This is a bit old. Now, every time an excavation is undertaken to construct a new building, especially because of the growing need for parking space in the basement, we find layers of ancient structure from different civilizations that preceded us and are confronted with the need to preserve what is uncovered. But the finding of these vestiges is not perceived equally by the different stakeholders, namely owners, developers, regular citizens, and us restorers. For the restorers, they are an asset, an added value to both building and the city. For owners and developers, it's a liability, a lot of time wasted, and as a result, a loss of money. Nevertheless, these findings exist, are a reality, and are expressions of all civilization constituting our history, and the DGA, the Directorate General of Antiquities, imposes a fees on construction works until the archaeologists and restorers do their work to the approval of the DGA. We have experienced several solutions in integrating these objects. This is an example where I will talk about it, but where you can find after excavation you can see them. So we have. I want to talk about three solutions. The solution one is dismantling in a scientific way with a methodology adapted after a thorough study by the archaeologists to enable the ruins to be reintegrated in the new construction and urban fabric. Here we are working on that. An illustration of this solution is the Roman hippodrome of Beirut, found in 2 lots. To achieve integration in this project, we created meteorological settings as seen in the slides, and explanatory panels to present these remains in an easily understood way to the profane, linking the displayed remains with other remains sporadically found in the city. In this case, we are exposing this part of the structure in the basement at their original level as didactic museum objects. Experiencing those museums is an incidental event when one crosses a threshold that is essentially a rupture in one's daily past, suddenly projecting him in a total different environment, at the end of which visit, they exit the experience returning to daily life. A second illustration, the second illustration of this solution is the case of another part belonging to the same hippodrome at the level of the Spina. This is an project designed by architect Monica Mazzolani and Antonio Stroisi. In this case, our study. In this case, the remains, although at the basement level, next or under the building, are exposed to the passerby walking on open air pathways at street level without interrupting their daily activities. This is the first solution to integrate this project. In some cases, the second solution, we just dismantle after the study by the archaeologists and just store the findings for further use as a didactic material. We encounter a lot of these cases due to political interventions. This is the solution 3. This solution consists of preserving the findings in situ after consolidation and some degree of rehabilitation. But this is not always possible in a city like Beirut in perpetual growth, where developers and politicians fear the preservation of these findings could hamper developments. So, our aim is to integrate these ruins to become part of the living city, coexisting as witness of its evolution alongside citizens' daily activities, blurring the boundaries between the old and the new, and allowing the permeability between different spaces. Such interpenetration of the old and the new, and the merge of both, can prevent the ruins from becoming a negative marginal space, destined to collapse and disappear without leaving places for future generations, or in future generations. This is what we tried to do in this case. I am going to expose it. The area in question was intended to be kept as an open space in downtown Beirut, in the midst of converging pedestrian streets surrounded by buildings. Solidaire, the entity responsible for the planning and development of downtown Beirut, had earmarked this plot to become an open plaza. But following the excavation to implement the project, the remains of part of Beirut's medieval castle were found, leading to the decision to change the use of the lot by preserving the ruins and exposing it to the public. We started by studying the elements. This is the morphology. We studied by identifying each element that constitute the ruins, overlapping spaces from the medieval to the Ottoman periods, without forgetting the shift edge of the city and its expansion towards the citadel and the sea. The issue of site perception became one of the most important subjects in this case. instead of creating a new identity for this piazza, we decided to capture its authentic and historic one. Instead of making the user, taking the user around the area through the surrounding streets and contemplating the ruins from afar as if they were an alien object and thus creating an impersonal ambiance where the passerby does not belong, we sought to lure the pedestrian into the spaces of the ruins in a gradually interweaving and intertwining of several levels of discernment, transporting the pedestrians from whichever side they approach, inducing them to leave the usual everyday path to find themselves in the middle of the ruins by the means of an urban carpet, continuing without fracture from the main street, allowing them to experience the merging and osmosis between the modern and the old part of the same city. Since the open space, this is the street from where you access the site, and the urban, we studied to continue without fracture, not stop and look at as if they were something at the ruins, as if it's something marginal. So we created the promenade tracks going through. Since the open space is accessible from different streets, we created tracks connecting and linking all of them together through the remains, designed in a way to make all the construction belonging to different periods coherent and understandable for the pedestrian. One of the passages leads to the other part of the castle where Solidaire commissioned the architect Renzo Piano to build the Archaeological Museum of Beirut. One more example. This is study, the tracks. The last one where we tried to combine solution 1 and solution 3. Remains of part of the Roman Forum of Beirut. In this case, the ruins were integrated in the basement of the office of the Lebanese parliament at their original level, as in the example, the solution 1. But here we have tried. This is the position where they are now, in the basement of the parliament. And we thought, when we were excavating and restoring, etc., I used to work with Professor Goldini, and we thought of trying with late Professor Goldini to create an underground museum. You can see an underground museum, and from this you can reach the underground museum from the street, the modern street, through the remains of the Cardo Maximum that still exists on this part. So you go from a modern street, you go inside the ruins, you go down in another ground museum, and from there you can connect the different parts so you can understand the link, but the project was not accepted by the parliament because of the security reasons equals of past war. That proposed project's importance is that we accessed the remains from the real old pathway from a modern street. And I would like to conclude with two constatations, remarks. First one, downtown Beirut has an urban plan that is rigid and frozen and does not take into consideration the users as important agents contributing to shaping and determining the form of the spaces and its use. When we were working on the Piazza Beirut Castle, when we were working on the Piazza of Beirut Castle, Uruguay Street, the street I showed you before, that leads to the site, was an active space full of pubs, restaurants, and people, destination of the young generation. As initially planned, in 1 month, due to unknown reasons, all the restaurants closed and the area became disaffected because the user deserted it and moved to another place. This is to say, and I add, that although the public sector, in this instance, Solidaire, has been successful in implementing their plans, but the role of the users was underestimated in their urban design, forgetting that they influence the actual success of the way the spaces are used and indeed the success of the city center, to the point that one might argue that they are the first and foremost factor in play. And my second remark is that I just want, because we had this time, so I didn't talk about the sustainability, but I would like to say that every preservation and conservation, when we preserve, it is sustainability, especially when we can reuse and rehabilitate buildings if they are, of course, if they are stable and we can use them. This is one, we are not only contributing or preserving the history and identity of the city, we are also, it's economical because of the tourism, etc. And we are cutting down on using new materials of fiber. So this is sustainability, and there are other reasons, but just preserving is talking sustainability. And this is our part. Everybody should contribute in this to preserve, to sustainable city, and us restorers, this is our convictions, and restoring is our part, our duty in this society. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Divina, for sharing about the University of your project. I had a very good chance to go to Beirut and to Lebanon, so I would suggest everybody to go and have a look because it's a beautiful place with an incredible culture. So let's move to the next presentation. It's a pleasure to introduce the next two speakers, Ulrich Lehmann and Matthias Brüder. Ulrich Lehmann is the founder of Ideal Spaces Working Group, an association of international experts active in the field of 3D world modeling, landscape architecture, space and gestalt, urban history, and related history of ideas. Ideal Spaces is an art and research working group focused on the shaping of the contemporary living spaces. Drawing from historical and technological research, the group, composed of cultural theorists, digital engineers, and artists, develops interactive exhibitions and platforms for exchange. Matthias Brüder, after graduating at the ETH Zurich, has worked in landscape architecture, architectural visualization, and then has been part of the City Joint Development Team for almost 5 years. So let's welcome the speakers.
We have to hurry a bit due to time, and therefore I want to concentrate our presentation. We are speaking about cultural heritage versus the need of reshaping cities. This is a general problem. First, we have always two contradictory forces. When we are talking about cultural heritage, we talk about conservation in a positive sense. We preserve something. We think it is creating heritage, identity, and cultural belongings in this respect. This is one force, the conservation force. The other force is the need when we talk about reshaping of cities. The other force is a classical Occidental one. This is the tabula rasa approach. So we have to create something anew if we want to reshape something, really reshape something, and not making just restoration and cosmetics. In this regard, we are confronted with a paradox. We have, on the one hand, when we talk about reshaping of the city, we speak about utopia, but here we speak also about cultural heritage, because utopia is a very idea. All the cultures had ideas about utopias, about ideal societies, but in the Occidental realm, the idea, the very concept, and the very longing for utopia has been quite pronounced in comparison to other cultures. It means when we are speaking about reshaping and utopia, we are speaking about values and an old heritage of us. When we are reshaping, we refer to a heritage, a cultural heritage, as regards important ideas of reshaping. In other words, when we try to make something really anew, and this is the core of the utopian hope, so to say, to really start anew, to make the real tabula rasa approach, to make something that has not existed before, and following another Occidental heritage, a Christian heritage by its very origin, the possibility to create a second paradise on earth, which is really new, making the things really new. It relates always to strengths of cultural heritage. Means that every time when we are speaking about cultural heritage, the need for preservation versus the need of reshaping, we refer to values and assumptions laid down in our cultural heritage. What is called in German Weltbild, worldview. It is not easy to translate in English, but it's a matter of values, finally. It's based upon which values we judge what has to be renewed, what has to be preserved, to be kept, why it has to be kept, what is the social value of a cultural heritage, what means heritage in which context, and so on. We always refer to value judgments. This is a very crucial point in our eyes when we are speaking about reshaping efforts to be undertaken today. We have, in this regard, we have also the need for reshaping, because we have addressed it. It is estimated that around the year 2050, that minimum 30s up to 70% of the worldwide human population will live in former cities. In former cities means these are urban agglomerations for which the Occidental term of the city is no longer appropriate. And out of these 70% living in urban agglomerations, an estimated 2/3 is living in favelas or slums. This means if these prognoses hold true, at least as a tendency, it's not about exact figures, it's just a tendency, it's a kind of evolutionary drive. If these prognoses hold true, this means in clear text that the majority of the humankind in the very next future will live in miserable conditions. And so we are confronted with the need for reshaping if we want it or not. Otherwise we are confronted. No, this is nice. No, I will continue just in the so we are confronted with the need for change, and we rely on certain value judgments we have to make. And this is a tricky issue we cannot leave to politicians. In other words, we want to avoid the classical doomsday dystopian scenario from Fritz Lang onwards. We do not want to live in such environments. And related to this point is the point of an artificial nature and the need of reshape. Need of reshape means, according also to new approaches, we need to build vertically again. And related to it is the hope to reintroduce nature in new ways by vertical gardening, by urban agriculture, and so on. Translated as regards the perspective and the history of ideas, we have the modern idea of a garden city, and respectively the mythos of the second paradise, refurbished in a kind of technologically perfected smart city approach, new paradise, where the gardens became vertical, we can house people, under more or less human conditions. Here the question again raises, what is a human condition? What makes a good human condition? Based on which assumptions? We speak about which traits of the human condition in order to avoid environments like this. Related to this is another aspect. This is the aspect, yes, this would be the new hope, formulated a bit exaggerated. Here we have our new second paradise, an artificially made paradise, where we build vertically, where we have, this is Park Royal Hotel in Singapore, where they made very interesting approaches. It's nothing against these approaches, in order not to be misunderstood. It's nothing against these approaches. We just have to be aware what we are doing here. We make value judgments and we create new utopias. And irrespective if we address it or not, we make new utopias when we have the need for making new cities and to reshape the old ones. Nothing minor. And here is one outcome. The vertical garden in a vertical new city. And we proceed in making it in the classical utopian Pavlov answer mode. We have to tear down what existed so far and to build anew. This is the very classical utopian approach, means the classical approach to destroy in order to make it anew. Okay, the next point is about human condition. When we are speaking about values, we are speaking in particular about a conditio humana or a general, an assumed general human condition. What makes humans to humans? A, as mentioned in general terms, and B, as a result of their history, of their respective history, in New York, in Singapore, wherever, of their specific human condition they have at a place we want to reshape. And the most important aspect in our eyes is this general aspect. What makes humans to humans? And here we relate to a very old Occidental discussion about the conditio humana, or human condition. Means, when we are speaking about reshaping cities, and when we are speaking here, nolens volens, about a cultural heritage, we speak about a conditio humana. What are the basic assumptions underlying which concepts of a human condition or general conditio humana we want to improve with reshaping cities? This is the context. Translated, we want to improve with the construction of new utopias. That's the point we are speaking about. Very general, very short. Our working group is concerned with this aspect, and in this way, as outlined, we try to incorporate the history of ideas with the concrete construction of spaces, of new spaces we make in our group. The basic paradigm is we want to express a world via its spaces, and the space you have to present as a gestalt, as a total morphology, as a consistent morphology. This also relates to cultural heritage point. The Occidental realm was occupied with ideas like beauty, like gestalt for centuries, and the interesting point on the base of the need for reshaping cities now is to explicitly rediscover and reconsider and reformulate all these aspects for us. What it means for us today when we are speaking about morphology of cities, about human conditions, and so on. We translated, and now this is Matt's part, we translated words into spaces. We present spaces as holistic entities, as a gestalt, in order to imagine what kind of spaces could exist when we are reshaping the space.
Thanks for the intro. So just a very quick word
word about my background. My background actually is in architecture, but I'm not a historian or jurist. So I'm going to show you a couple of images that basically show that over the last years, or since my first steps in 3D graphics were back in 1992, so doing that for a living pretty much as a passion. So I'm in this working group mainly for that reason. So I'm going to present you the worlds that we have created around the context that Uri has just elaborated on. So exhibited right now at the 2018 Architecture Biennale that's one of the worlds. That's the so-called terrace world. It's an idealistic world showing a system of how a future world or how a differently constructed world could be. A second world that we have created is an idealized version of Tel Aviv, meaning we are actually going back to the 1935 plan of Patrick Geddes on how he envisioned Tel Aviv to be in its ideal state, with all of the different urban clusters and green spaces and green belts directly on the other side of or directly on the side of the ocean. Now, just thinking about the creation of how do you tackle the creation of utopias? What are the different steps in multidisciplinary teams? So we've had quite a few challenges in these topics, and I wanted to elaborate on these topics. So this is one of my holiday photos, basically. But the reality is, or a fact is, that it's actually not a real place. So it's a completely fictional digital rendering, and this is what's so fascinating to me in the technologies that I'm using day by day. Is it allows you to travel into better worlds. So it's not escapism, but it's a method of let's say, visually helping other people who don't have access to these technologies or to these techniques in translating their ideas into realistic logic. We've been talking about favelas. Now, I'm not judging the favelas, I've been in favelas myself, but this image here is also, it's a reconstruction, it's a digital reconstruction. It's not an existing place. It's whether it's a utopia or a dystopia that is up upon you to decide. It's just we're just showing the technologies. Another image that I made a couple of years ago for training for the visual effects industry. So this is basically a training DVD on how do you create digital sets for film, which are out of this world, which are completely fictional but still have a realistic touch. Now back to the exhibition of what we are showing currently at the Biennale. So if you go there, the exhibition is running at the Palazzo Mora, and this is in room number 7. This is where you enter, where you have basically the cockpit where you choose the worlds, and then the according videos and images are shown. So back to the challenges. First of all, we have had the challenge to combine multiple different architectural projects like Tel Aviv, or for example the work of of Roberto Burle Marx, the famous painter and landscape architect, that is working, has been working very, very much in Brazil, which is very, very colorful, has a lot of different forms to play with, or for example, some of Ulrich's own paintings, and come up with systems how we can combine all of these different elements into one formal language that gives us an overarching story or visual style to tell many, many different stories. So we do have some colorful worlds that are abstract but very, very realistic and livable at the same time. Okay, the second challenge that I found very, very fascinating is that in multidisciplinary worlds, you don't have a common language because people have different backgrounds, different upbringings. Some people have some historical knowledge or education, some have more in architectural background. But it's really hard sometimes to understand what do you mean by your expression or by your sentences. I found this very, very intriguing at this point. And of course, all the upbringing, the cultural background is highly, highly subjective to the person or to the person that looks at an artwork or talks about work. Then the sense of scale and quality of spaces is something that in my daily work as a, let's say, 3D world consultant is quite astonishing because not a lot of people have a good sense of scale by how they describe space or, let's say, just dimensions. I brought an example about this. So here it's one of the projects that I've worked on this year. It's actually in collaboration with a very big company for a showcase. So they own 2 satellites. So their daily business is providing satellite imagery to customers like the United Nations and so on. So what they are, one of their projects is to actually send. You can order the imagery daily or weekly or monthly, and so what they are photographing here in this example is a refugee camp called Hamam al-Amir. It's in southern Iraq, and this here is the camp. So it's a real humanitarian or a real refugee camp. Now, without the tool sets that we are developing for urban planners, we can actually make these worlds real, basically in the virtual space. So I'm going to show you the video that we have created as a real-time game engine-based demo. So what we are starting here is the demo that can either be run on a laptop or in virtual reality. And I want you to think about what I just mentioned about scale and what your perception of the map was compared to how big that refugee camp actually is. So we're taking a jeep and we are just starting to drive from one of the ends, and we will have a look at how many tents we can find. And please notice that every single one of those tents has a 2-meter high wall. So it can easily hold an entire family, or what's left of the family. Now, do you get an impression about space in this type of representation compared to a 2D map? I guess yes. But it's not only the spatial qualities, but it's also about the qualities of the fabric or of the tension within that space. So that's a sociological, political space that we are experiencing together at the moment. So there is a weight watching this video that is weighing down on us. And we are still not finished driving through that town. So it's a very sad reality. But this shows to us what we can do with these newer technologies. The fourth challenge is the holistic, appealing image versus an intuitive system of mechanics. What does that mean? On the one hand side, when we are creating worlds or utopias or just talking about urban planning in general as a discussion, how do we show the system to people that don't have the technical or the educational background, so that they don't really understand how we plan. So do you show just images of the world, or do you show, I chose this example here in the terrace world because it shows very clearly how the system works. So you, as a citizen of this new world, you can basically choose where you would like to live. And it's very, very clear that the structure of the world is terrace-oriented. But in other examples, it may not be so clear. And last but not least, if you are planning space, or if you are visualizing or showing space, it has to be believable in the sense of that it's actually a livable space that has qualities. This is a reconstruction of Sforzinga, of the Renaissance Italy. It's never been done before, so this is the first time that a group of artists and historians and architects have actually tried to replicate or recreate this scene.
Thank you very much. I'd like now to introduce the next speaker. Ico Migliore is Professor of Interior Design at Politecnico di Milano, where he worked alongside Achille Castiglioni and Silvestri. He is also visiting professor at the Tokyo Tokyo University and at Kawazawa Design School in Tokyo. In 1997, he founded the studio Migliore and Servetto Architects together with Mara Servetto. The main focus of the research carried out by Migliore and Servetto Architects is placed on the relationship between the architectural project and the context, on the role that the architecture can have as the activator of the potentials of the place that surrounds it, in terms of the construction of both physical and behavioral landscape. Welcome to you.
Thank you. But I need my computer. Otherwise, I need this to work. My computer. Okay. Hello. So first of all, I want to tell you something. Why I'm here, first of all, not because I'm my biography or things. And one story that changed my life. I met one man that was few years ago. He told me something that completely changed my vision, completely changed my future professional life. And he told me something that I inspired on my design process during my career of design as architect. And I was a student, the university was a few years ago, and I was a student in Torino, and actually two people I met. The first one I want to tell you this story. And he told me while I was doing my dissertation, I was preparing my thesis, final thesis, and he told me once, but we do not design shapes. Do not design shapes. Do not design shapes. Don't be concentrating shapes. We do not design shapes. Don't be concentrating. So be concentrating in behavior. We design behavior. If we do not design behavior, you're not an architect. You just shape design. That's why Milan went off. Because it's a good news. So he told me that, and I changed completely my vision to become a designer, to become an architect. So I wanted to be more focused and concentrated in behavior. That was the most important part of my process. And this guy was Achille Castiglioni. I hope you know him. If you don't know him, please try to understand who he is. And he was my professor. As I said, I was a student, not a bad student, actually. Then I met another guy who told me another very important thing to me that also inspired all my career. And it was in another place, Arcosanti, very far. His name was Paolo Soleri. And he told me density. If you do not understand density, you cannot design anything. And sometimes we see architecture, we see city, empty spaces with no people not moving. We have images, even the magazine, architecture magazine, empty, nobody inside. Nobody moving, nobody walking, nothing. Just a dead city, dead places. So that's why I was very much concerned. And I just want to share with you this kind of a thing. I think it's very interesting. And when I came here, because I have to talk about culture, my main thing is, what is culture? Is it very important to talk about culture nowadays, or we have other problems? Maybe we have other problems. I think this is a problem. It's traffic. Traffic in Milan, or even Milan, or in many cities, but this is traffic in Venezia. I think we can meet those problems. And is a cultural problem this, or maybe this one? Waste, homeless, people with no health care, city with violence. This is or we're just talking about culture. Culture is the word that sometimes is sort of the clean things for, I did a cultural project. So must be very important. That's a stupid thing. Then we have a contradiction. We live in Italy. You know that in Italy we have this kind of a thing. Italy is the first country in the world with cultural heritage influence. We influence all the world. So this is Italy. We have a lot of influence. By the way, let's say this, follow the money. How come Louvre makes 205 million and 472 museums, they make 200 million? Must be something wrong. So we don't follow, so it's not very important for us. It's not very clear. So we establish like a very strong identity of culture in Italy, but Louvre makes only Louvre by itself. But the French are, good morning. But we're not like that either. So this is very strange. At the same time, from the 17th century, when all people coming to Italy to visit Italy, to travel, now we have 7 Italians of 10. They never visit a museum in 1 year. So we are very much interested in culture. It's pretty strange, right? I mean, many contradictions we have. We're very popular things. So, but now I want to tell you another story. So maybe so since it's late, so we have the last story, and then we can fall asleep. But then, once upon a time, it was interesting. In 1541, Carlo V, the emperor, came to Milan through his way to Lucca. He was going to Lucca to meet Pope Paolo III, and he entered to Milan. His pathway towards Milan, from outside to Piazza del Duomo, was completely redesigned and reconceived as a sort of an identity system. The pathway was transformed in a sort of a lay procession, and everybody went to see this kind of a big event, who they call Giulio Romano. You know Giulio Romano, the great architect that designed Palazzo Ter Mantova. He was called to redesign this pathway, to reorganize this big event hosting the emperor coming to Milan. From that time, that street now is still called the Royal Way. If you go to Porta Romana, the very center of Milan, it's still called Royal Way, because they have a memory of these things. So and I want to talk about to lay procession. We talk about pathway, but I think we do all process. We do all in our life. We process. We go towards something. And culture is going towards something, leading ourselves to a goal. And we need to identify what is the cultural identity. If we do not understand that we all walk in a pathway, that is not a pathway, it is a procession towards something, that lead us something. If we don't understand that the culture is something connected to identity, we cannot work in the field of identity. We cannot work in the field of project involving the city, we cannot talk about sustainability. Then it's all a matter of identity, right? It's a matter of identity. We need to identify ourselves, where we live, why we're here, why our parents were here, why we think in this way. If we do not understand it, every time we design and we work in a city, we work in the field of something that is involving behavior, we work in the field of identity, we have to identify ourselves. So, on the other hand, I still don't understand what culture means. Culture is too much. We have the culture of food, the culture of wine, the culture of football, soccer, and Italy, very things. We have culture is too much. Too many things is in this name culture, which to me is a sort of a book, something not very clear to be like creativity. You know, my maestro Castiglione used to say, creativity is like a marmalade, very good, but if you don't have a very good bread to put on top of it, then the marmalade will go all over the place. It's a disaster, right? I think it's creativity and culture is the same. So to me, culture is something like this. Like sometimes, always talk about culture, something dust, old to be restored. To be, of course, this is one method. But what is the future? Culture is future. Culture is connects people to past, present, and future. It's something tangible and intangible. And it's not only a matter of one designer or architect. It's a matter of everybody. We should involve architects, graphic designers, urbanists. Everyone should be together to understand how do we work on culture? How do we spread out the value of culture? First of all, we need to understand what culture is, what culture means. So culture is, to me, reality. Is reality. Culture is something real. It's not something that was in the past. We are in the culture. We are the culture. We are reality. And what is reality? Alessandro Baricco used to say, reality is when fact plus storytelling become reality. If you have only facts and you don't have storytelling, facts are only individual events without any kind of a connection. And I think the other aspect is important. To understand how facts are connected, how facts are in the storytelling, and we are within the storytelling. We are inside this world. I just want to tell you briefly, I started to design in many, I'm always interested in culture. We design many museums, we design inside many museums, and we have the chance to design from, the Egyptian Museum in Torino, Chopin Museum in Warsaw. Many chances to be involved in culture, also exhibition, temporary exhibition. And also at the same time, we had the chance to work in cities. We have been called, we started 15 years ago, this kind of work, and with many other expertise. And we had the chance to work in many, many cities to work only inside museums, but try to open up the culture and link the identity of the city to make the identity of the culture. For example, we designed the old identity and the old pathways for Torino Olympic 2006. It was just a chance that Torino got in 2006 to transform the city into another, using this opportunity of the Olympics, but to establish a sort of a storytelling in link to the culture. And we didn't talk about the sports or nothing. We just talk about the quality, the heritage of Torino. And since then, Torino changed, not because of us, because of the whole process. Torino changed its vision, became a very interesting city, and in relation to culture, that still was, but tried to establish a very strong relationship in the field of culture, of just talking. There was many kind of installation that we did in the city, but all these installations were linked to the communicating and interacting with the inhabitants and with the visitors to identify the quality of the city, the heritage of the city, and the still progress of the city going on. And after that, we had the chance to work also in the Egyptian Museum in Torino, many other chances. Torino became, and working on their identity is a very long process. They would last long, and they would just help you in understanding what we talk about. Another district, we work in Vigevano. It's a beautiful city, Vigevano. This was an abandoned area. This was a castle. This castle, actually, Ludovico Moro used to live there. Leonardo was there for 3 years. And that compartment was completely not used and was like a base, a military base for 10, 15 years. Then we have been called, and we try to understand how to transform the old district in a sort of a cultural district, linking Leonardo, the canal system, towards the countryside. And we try to establish many activities. Also, the old area the cultural heritage in the area was also production of shoes, very famous area to produce shoes, but now not anymore. They do shoes in China, so we don't do more shoes here. So what we do, how we can communicate the quality of handmade and quality. We try to mix and to understand how to link all these things together in a sort of a process of storytelling and to identify possible pathways that became like, I would say, like procession, like late procession inside the state. Then from Dugema after to the Rice Museum, and those are inside several kind of, but this is not important. Those are the things that we do. Last project that we are doing now is another really important pathway. I'm very much concentrating in pathway and establishing something that leads you to something. This is a 5 kilometers of railway in Busan, city of Busan. It's in the south of South Korea, facing Japan. It is about, I would say, 5 kilometers completely round down, but almost like the High Line in New York, very famous now. But this blue line is facing the sea. It's really on the sea. You have the sea right there, and you have the mountains. So it's very near to the hill, and it's a very beautiful place for nature. Special kind of birds, special kind of nature. And we try to establish a new way through local culture. More than constructing something, we try to establish a new narrative pathway that we wanted to really link the culture, the local culture, to the heritage that they have. And we try to, we call this a polyphonic pathway, to be listened, to be experienced. And this was an interesting project because not of ourselves, we work with people with other expertise in this kind of field. And we add to an ordinary walkthrough, also to some new technologies in which you can see how was the past, how will be the future. But not, you cannot do that on your home computer. You have to be there to be linked to the original. So we put, I say, from the design space, I say, to design editing. In culture, we need edit, like a film editing. A film, if you don't have a good editing, you don't understand what the story about, what it's all about. When we design spaces, when we approach to the city, we need to design and to cut spaces, to understand how to mix pathways, information, and so on. In order to have this kind of a sort of space editing, which is more than space design. This is it. Okay. The sound.
We can go back it. All stop.
It's 45 minutes, no, it's 1 minute. There are many things, many kind of interventions that leads you can enter in many different possible places. But also the memory of Seaweed Pavilion. There was a very old production of cultivation of seaweed, and there's a Seaweed Pavilion, there's a cultivation of seaweed. There are many kind of installations in which you can meet and you can spend time. And as I said, your pathway is not a pathway, it's sort of a procession toward that leads you to a knowledge, to an expertise of something, to be part of it. But why? Why we have to do this towards culture and towards city identity? Because we have to open this up, close the museum from a visionary that the culture is not enclosed. The culture should be open. We should talk about culture. That's why it's very interesting to be here with all of you. Culture should be open. Sometimes culture is preserved as a monument, as is preserved as a conversation. We need to spread out this thing. And we need to use this, a vision of culture that opens towards the city. Culture is made of people. Culture is made of people. Culture are people. And people, they need to be involved in order to contribute. Because the people, if they contribute, if they are part of it, then we do not have the boats in the middle of Venice, we don't have the waste, because they understand why I'm here. Why I'm a part of this kind of a culture. I can add my contribution in this kind of a culture. And as I said before, density is a sort of an evolutionary project in which you're continuously growing. If you do not explain to the people the metamorphosis, they are not interested. If I see a piece of art, if I do not understand why, who is behind this piece of art, why this piece is linked to another, there's not a metamorphosis, it's not interesting. You do not even memorize everything. Even if you see Fontana, 4 cuts in the fabric, nobody understands why it's important, why it's so important. So, and I just advise this, as I said, since I work in this kind of system, this is almost my last slide. Instead of having this kind of a system of stratification of information, stratification of doing things in the city in architecture, meaning and. This is the old system. And it's also the system that we have in the outskirts. We have one thing, and then another thing, and another thing, and another thing without any connection. We have to go to, I would say, sustainable cultural system. Then you have and, so, for which, and so on. So everything is linked. There is sort of a mental pathway that leads you to memorize, to understand partially the story. I think we need to be able to design those small connections. Those small connections are very important. Every joint is important. As a designer, as an architect, you know that when you have a joint, a connection, you have a problem. If you cannot solve that problem, you're not able to design. When you get old, you have a joint problem. You're back. Not bones, also sometimes bones, but most joints. In architecture, when a material joins another material, that's a problem, that's a connection. If you're able to design connections, if you're able to understand why do I connect one thing to another, this is more like binding the whole process, binding architecture. And I think this is the key factor to establish a relationship with culture to be sustainable. That's why pathway and time should be transformed mentally in procession and perfect experiences, I would say. Even temporally, we have to, every time we design one thing after another, we have to think about that. So, to finish, I know shaping the city is the main subject, but I would advise that if we can shape the time in a proper way, and if we can shape the experience in a proper way, then we can shape behavior that will be sustainable for our cities. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me start. Yeah.
Yes.
Hi, everybody. All right, great. Hi, my name is Jennifer Colville. It is a pleasure to be here. Heidi, thank you so much. Lucia, thank you so much for inviting me. I work with the United Nations Development Program. I'm based in Amman, Jordan, and manage our innovation work in the Arab States region. So I was particularly happy to hear about the and of course the connection with Heidi. Heidi and I met in Singapore this summer. We were at an innovation event, an innovation lab, and we were focusing on sustainable cities and communities. And we thought it might be great to see whether we might be able to do something together. So, in fact, while the Shape the City Forum is going on today and tomorrow, our organization is hosting an event on the future of cities, cities of the future, where we're bringing together representatives from about 10 cities around the world, everything from Guatemala City to Mogadishu to Aleppo, to talk about the future of their cities. We will be joining you, I think, this evening for a aperitivo for drinks. But tomorrow we'll also be coming at the end of the day for a couple of panel sessions on, one will be on the topic of politics of technology and data, and one will be on innovation for sustainable cities or social cohesion. So stay tuned for that. We'll be here tomorrow. But I wanted to, thank you very much for all the presentations. Certainly one thing that came across very clearly was the question of identity and kind of the politics and the values of identity. And that's, you talked a little bit about identity being imposed. Karina, you talked about identity coming from the integration of the past and present. And I guess I wanted to have you talk a little bit, if you would, about identity and culture and its relationship with inclusion and social cohesion. And what I mean by that is, from the United Nations Development perspective, from UNDP's perspective, our principles are around inclusion and participation and ensuring that no one is left behind, particularly those most marginalized. And I guess as you were talking about identity, I wanted to hear more about how citizens and residents are involved in the process of identity making and in the process of creating the culture, whether that's in the past, but probably more important, what it is in the present. So I guess the question is, as you think about identity, you talk about identity, kind of what's the nature of the relationship between identity and inclusion of citizens and residents, particularly those most marginalized, in creating the city's identity and culture? I don't know. It's a tough one. Yes, please.
You know, in Milano, there is this street called Via Padova, very famous in Italy, because in the past there were many violence because of many cultural, not integrated cars. And we did with the Polytechnic a workshop only on that street. We went there with 40 students. We analyzed all the different nationalities they have, different how they can contribute to transforming that street, it's called Via Padova, into a new identity street, mixing culture with music, without building anything, only by bringing them. And then it was very effective because there is also a very famous theater, street theater, and it was very interesting how the different cultural students, they went there, they lived there almost for 6 months doing that. And I think this is a good chance when, like public, like institutions like university, they go there, they try to collect, to talk about that. Everybody was very happy. We have 3 exhibitions there about, our project, not our students' project about that, assembling. And they assembled different cultures from, Africa to, whatever, all over the world. It was very interesting. I think we should understand, when I'm talking about pathways, and I talked before about the procession in the beginning, we can, start to understand small things, small details. One was a connection. This street is always a long street, is about 2 kilometers. But there's a connection between one part and another without kind of identity, and inside within many values.
Yes, I was going to say that I don't know if you know the culture in Lebanon. You know that there are many confessions in Lebanon, and if you go in, if you see the country as a whole, you can find that there are communities that are different from each other, and they are identify themselves to this community. But when we Lebanese, we talk, we go out from Lebanon, or we are together, this division becomes diversity. And one of the problems of these transformations of the city and disappearance of the archaeology and one of the consequences is that the social fabric, not only the form of the city, the morphology of the city, but also the change of social public that where is us designers, not only the form and it's aesthetically accepted or not, it's the social. But whatever diversity there is, we are the same, we belong to the same, I'm talking about we belong to the same culture. Whenever we are, what do you say, when somebody is,
maybe outside of Lebanon.
outside or even in Lebanon, but when there is a problem, we are all together to face it, not.
So maybe I can extend the question a little bit to ask you to talk a little bit about how do you see citizens or users involved in the process of shaping the community or shaping a culture or shaping the present. So certainly citizens are in a way beneficiaries, but they're also a source of ideas. So you're talking about the procession and the design of the procession. We've done something similar in Cairo with the Giza Street Design Challenge. And it's based off of the European Street Design Challenge methodology, where it's bringing together people from the community to develop a solution for a community. So this was a redesign of a very popular and crowded street in Cairo. But it was really something that they came together to design themselves. And I'm wondering to what extent do you see the process involving the users or the citizens in creating the utopia that Ulrike and Matthias talked a little bit about, as opposed to it being kind of constructed for them?
Maybe the preliminary answer from another domain of activity is then architecture. So we worked for the consultancy company in Ramadan. We worked for large regions in government consultancy. So in the past, and the very effect of this task was finally we introduced the mythos. The mythos of the free market in the Eastern European countries. The mythos on free market equals democracy equals freedom. Because the mythos we solve. And the entire, if you understand architecture in a wider sense, is a specific way of how to organize things, mainly processes. And we are this process organization, you can steer behavior. And we are the steering of behavior, you create or you generate. You cannot create identity. You generate new pathways where new understandings of people take shape, and after some time you have new identity. If you want it or not, you have it. And our task with this regional development, how to reshift this identity of the inflicted, as I would say, the inflicted of the free market because how to preserve their original culturally inherited parts of their identity via regional development projects. So trying to reshape or to make in parallel a new process of change which models the changes achieved so far in following the mythos of the free market. It was a very interesting experience. Provided if you understand architecture as a way of organization.
Great. I think that when everything is changing in the world, we cannot. I'm talking mainly about Lebanon. We cannot continue with the traditional ways of dealing with things. And the user, as I said in my presentation, is of course very important. But the problem is that they don't have enough knowledge or culture or data to know, to see what is going. So they need planners. So the planners, they plan, but even though they succeed, the user, when they start using that, somebody said, Stephen Jobs said that people does not know what the person like, they don't know what they want until they find it. So the user, they are not may change whatever is planned, but if you still ask them, you will never find a solution, the one that is really studied. And
it's sometimes often hard for people to articulate what it is that they want. But I think you talked about behavior of people, and I'm sure you've seen the kind of the graphic of democratization of design, where you've got a city planner has created a pathway, a cement pathway, a series of pathways, and then there's grass in between, and then there's a footpath. So the best laid plans were made, and there were cement pathways made, but people only wanted to use that, and there was, that's the plan, but this is reality, where they take the footpath. And I guess for us at UNDP, at United Nations, kind of in pursuit of the Sustainable Development Goals, is this idea that we would want to involve as much as possible the user in design and consider them experts in the way they live life. So that's kind of at the heart of how
I think it can be made on the small scale, not on big scale cities, etc. On the problem.
I don't say that is for us. They're not expert, but they can be expert together.
They're expert in their lives, we would say. They're not architects.
No, but working together, selecting ideas, sharing ideas, talking, they become expert. Because if you don't share ideas, they just on your own. That's why in Vietnam we did that. Maybe for culture, they had interesting solutions because they were talking to each other. By themselves, they have no news, but talking to each other, they steal like a team. Everything is like that. You steal from here, from here, you mix it together, it's a new project, right?
Absolutely.
The TV is nothing like, just on God. So
I think it is a myth of a sole creative genius, but it's a myth, I think. And I think real creativity comes from this collision of ideas. And you talked about having architects and urban planners and geeks and designers. And we very much like to see citizens involved in that process.
Musicians.
Yes, exactly.
Because one thing that I saw, in the rendering of the favelas, someone here went to favelas, visited the favelas, inside the favelas, inside walking. I went inside the favelas, inside was Rocinha. Which one you visited? Rocinha, pretty danger. And what is the thing that you remember the most? Right? What? What is the thing you remember the most?
I remember entering the house of the people and spending time with people. And then,
let's say the favelas, or you can consider them another one, which is in Nabao, that certain region. It's places that are totally different than the ones that we're sharing actually earlier.
I'm asking one thing. What's one thing that you remember that you cannot forget anymore? And I had walking for half day in favelas of Rocinha.
Chaos and kids on the streets.
Actually, the diversity of the outside the houses and the inside. The outside, it seems to us like different spaces in comparison to our houses, but the inside of the houses, it was really surprising to see how they create livable spaces, very nice also to live for them. So it was a surprise for me to say.
The only thing I really remember, and I was there for half a day, and connect with this render, is the smell. I can never forget the smell of favelas. I will never forget the smell. Smell is culture. Smell is culture. That smell is we don't forget.
That is smell.
But it's a bit different. I can tell you, it's a little bit different.
Okay, did you want to add something? Oh, okay, good. Yes, please.
So I think that I distinguish between, let's say, my own identity as a citizen, as a user, as you say, but the space itself, and also give you up to has its own identity. So the space of, let's say, just the raw dead materials that are organized or orchestrated into architecture or as the city fabric, that is in the optimal place in the maybe the lot skills architects and planners the identity of the space is that it has to be able to accept culture. So we can create very nice, shiny, structural glazing facades and architecture. That is good as a sculpture, but doesn't live or isn't livable or isn't like a petri dish that actually can accept culture. We all can influence culture, but whether the designers are, I think it's the designers' obligation to provide that fertile soil that actually.
Great. So picking up on that, we're here, our group is here, looking at the future of cities, and all kind of very committed to making cities livable, but also looking at cities as kind of engines of transformation and hotbeds for experimentation. How is it that you all think about cities as zones of experimentation? We very much see them as at the cutting edge or at the leading edge of transformation within their countries, but globally as well, whether you're looking at the sustainability, environmental sustainability aspect, or you look at it at the intersection of economic, environment, and social issues. We see them as leading the charge. How is it that you take that? How do you think about kind of experimentation or creating room for not only livability but transformation, experimentation and transformation?
As regards the project, or the pilot project, these ones. The other thing is you cannot create identity. You cannot create culture. Culture and identity have to grow. And the only thing you can do is to provide a fertile ground, some kind of pilot project allowing like that we say, okay, here's a space where the people are really free to develop their own being of living in fact as a community. And we will see what is coming out of this process. In the positive case, this refers to your point of this, do we need some management, the classical utopian approach? Why not? Some management, it's good when the people can design by their own how they want to live, a non-utopian approach in a non-classical way, but we still need some management. We have no answers in practical terms. But with this pilot project, we will see how it develops and under which specific conditions, initial conditions, there is positive examination of more democratic approaches, so that the people really develop their own environment, and what we have to do in order to ensure this for future projects. And I think this could be a realistic managerial approach, including cultural heritage. And the other point, very short, is when we look for comparison at the Rome is made, for instance, by Confucius. There is this beautiful places. Places generate a feeling of identity. How it's possible in reshaping city that we create places, another classical utopian problem, that we create de novo places as public space even, which have a history. Where? And where from identity can be generated by a newly implanted, it has to be a place of identity. This is a very tricky issue.
This imposition of it. Yeah. But, sorry, okay.
I just think it's to give it's an expensive game. It's a very expensive game to play. I mean, everybody would like to experiment, or in the end, it's within the free market or within where we have a lot of challenges, like for example, in the old city fabric, or in the optimal case, you want to preserve. It can be maybe just, it is very, very expensive.
I remember when I went to the Senato Santi, the consulator, and he was like, utopista. I thought, why are you utopista? You always want to be this. I'm not an utopista, I'm working to do something, so you don't know, you never get it. Right? So he was trying to experiment new life, new style of living, new way of producing things, and that was very interesting. Also, new technologies at that age.
Absolutely.
And the human being was very. We cannot talk about hypothetical utopia. Oh, this is real. This is real.
And it needs to be tested. I think we'll have an interesting conversation, hopefully during drinks, but also tomorrow about the value of testing and whether it's more expensive to experiment or it's more expensive to do something that a quote unquote expert thinks is right without having it tested by, without having it be real or have it be tested by a community. So we go through a process of experimentation and prototyping and testing and innovative approaches in using data to identify priorities or creating platforms to engage citizens in an effort to de-risk and to reduce the cost of development. So let's pick this up with our group coming in tomorrow. But at this point, I'd like to open it up to the group for questions. Otherwise, I'm going to continue to separate you. Yeah, in the back. They're in the very, very back. And you have a mic back there?
Mr. Paul, many thanks for your speech. I was much impressed. Several years ago, I worked for a project to make a water in a 300,000 inhabitant town city in South Germany. How to make the living outside and also inside better. There exist several groups. I was the speaker of the place group. And people to ask and to contribute was a very, very good thing. Because the people which live in this water, they said but not positive things. So meanwhile, I think the thing about architecture, its surrounding, where we will live, we have to implement in crowd school, not into the university, in crowd school. Not only the language, math, chemistry, physics, also to learn something about houses, environment, and such things.
Sorry, was there a question in there for Igor?
It's not a question,
No,
it's a comment. I could ask what do you think about...
No, I agree with you. I agree with you.
Could we?
Alright, great. Questions? Yes, please.
Does it work? Yeah. So I have one question specific to Scott Wood and Eco. So basically you guys were talking about identities and density and tourism, and in our project that we're going to discuss later on, it's more about people rather than architecture, because people make architecture, then we'll discuss later on, but my question is about the tourist mode. So everybody, when it goes in tourism, you don't think about a local because you don't need the space. So when you go and travel around the world, you think you've seen a lot of things and you got a lot of knowledge. But I think not leaving a space for a city for more than, I don't know, 6 months, a year, is not valuable enough to understand what the city wants to give to you. So the idea of being a tourist and being a tourist mode is basically what think local hate about tourists. Because ourselves we're tourists as well. So we hate events, we hate tourists because we think they sit on the ground, they eat whatever they want, but in the same way locals treat Venice in a nice way. So they throw garbage in the canals and so on. So being a tourist is not a bad thing. It's thinking about the city you're living in and how you basically, you don't interrupt the local living there. So my question is, what do you think about the tourist mode and what could be a more conscious way to be a tourist?
I never talk about tourists.
Yeah, more like, but I mean, when you talk about also...
We are tourists. I live in Milano. My studio is near Navigli. We have the same problem as Venice. Every time I cannot park my car, I cannot walk in the street. So people, they like to visit things. They like to I don't really understand what you mean as tourists. If they want to browse, or if they want to visit, they want to understand. Even though they eat, to me, even picking something is important. When you travel, you cannot eat everything. Like when you go to the supermarket, you want to buy everything, you get prosciutto and some ham. So you have to mix together and select your. And to me, tourism should be like that. Don't be anxious to visit everything. Like a friend of mine said, we went to Louvre. So you went to Louvre, and how many paintings you have inside Louvre? No, because we went there. So it's not important. You go to Louvre and you only tell me one thing. We saw Mona Lisa. Really? Someone in front of 200 people with behind them a glass? So this is how, so I mean, tourism is different. You know how many images of the past we have in our laptop? In the 18th century, nobody had seen Mona Lisa before going to Louvre. Now, everyone, from a child, they have perfect image and identity of what we're talking about. So this is the next level. So it's very difficult to understand and to solve this problem.
If I might step in as well. But I agree with you. I think the notion of tourists being tourists actually really productive. And I say that in the recent Robert Foote launch of the hopefully my paper come across as being more quality on events. This is happy to do to the context in which we operate on. So I think this, I don't take in circumstance quite in a way that where, as architects, we're trying to pedal through the space, and not the tourist also is both the framework of his or her existence as a tourist operates in particular capacity. And I'm a tourist, I don't throw things in the camera. Not that I was going to say, but so I can see there's an attitude that accompanies this saying. But I think in terms of a kind of structural thinking about a type of social good, I think that there's a real productivity there, and I think we have to get over that negative association of the word carries.
Other questions? Okay. Anything else from the group? So with that, I'd like to thank the panelists for your presentations and for your Q&A. As I mentioned, tomorrow we will be joining you. We will be crashing your Shaping City party. There are about 35 of us coming from UNDP and our city partners. We will have spent a day and a half with them talking about public space, public life, public administration, and their goal is to be developing plans for kind of taking innovative approaches and using frontier technologies and new forms of citizen engagement to design the future of their cities and to realize kind of emerging solutions for addressing challenges in Guatemala or Somalia. So we really look forward to the interactions with you all tomorrow. We're hoping that this is kind of an opportunity to grow our network of experts who can help our city partners around the world to grow into the future that they want to see. So with that, let's say thank you.
I'd like to invite back to the stage Edson Chadofi, who moderated our morning panel and is now going to give some presentation. So, welcome back.
Thank you so much, Lucia. For this afternoon, I'd like to just share, as part of the case study for this session, a particular case about the Philippines. And I actually adjusted my title specifically to look at the relationship between Philippine urbanism and a larger force of neoliberalism. And somebody had already mentioned earlier about free market, and I'd like to expound on that by particularly looking at this effects of this larger force and how it impacts the urban environment in the Philippines. And I do this as part of my role as the curator of the Philippine Pavilion for this year's Venice Architecture Biennale. And the Philippine Pavilion is entitled The City Who Had Two Navels, and this is inspired from the novel of our Filipino national artist for literature, Nick Joaquin's work entitled The Woman Who Had Two Navels. And I try to extrapolate from his work this idea of how our past shapes our present and our future. And I talk about, in the Philippine Pavilion, this idea of two navels also and how it relates to the city by looking at these two forces. One force of colonialism and then the other force of neoliberalism, to talk about the colonial past and our neoliberal present. But for today, I'd just like to focus specifically on the force of neoliberalism and its impact. And you're welcome to visit the Philippine Pavilion to kind of experience more of the themes of these forces of colonialism and neoliberalism, but I'm not going to talk about the other navel. So I'll just focus on neoliberalism, and when I talk about neoliberalism, this really refers to as at the beginnings of, or the late 1970s and 80s, a lot of these economic and political policies that were pushed by Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan from Great Britain and the US, respectively, and how a lot of these different policies have impacted the rest of the world. And so when I talk about neoliberalism, specifically, I refer to this ideology that advocates for a free market, free trade, privatization, deregulation, and minimal state intervention. And even though like this sort of like idea as an ideology seems so abstract, we can actually see the effect of neoliberalism in cities. And several scholars have already talked about this relationship under the idea of neoliberal urbanism, of which in this idea, the cities are usually placed in sharp contradiction and or in competition with other cities. So cities try to vie for investment, for laborers, for talent, and so they try to create and shape the city based on this ideology to be able to make it competitive. And I talk about the Philippines specifically, but also the three major cities in the Philippines, the largest and densest cities of Metro Manila, Metro Cebu, and Metro Davao, which is just part of Metro Manila, this image. And so what I'd like to do in a very quick way is just to show you how neoliberalism, even though it's an abstract idea, seemingly, can in fact have very palpable and concrete ways by which this is manifested in the daily lives of the Filipinos. And so I'm going to talk about just some of these ideas and how this is affecting and or manifesting in Philippine cities. One phenomenon that's related to this is how in a lot of the cities in the Philippines right now the rise of a lot of these enclave business districts. We think of downtown areas as the central areas of commerce in cities, but in a lot of the Philippine cities, there emerges a lot of these supposedly self-sustaining enclave developments that sprout across the city and that house a lot of the different uses and function. So for example, this is just an aerial view of Metro Manila. This does not encompass a lot of the city area, but it shows just how there are all of these different business districts that are emerging, such as Ayala Triangle here, Rockwell, there's Bonifacio Global City here, and it's sprouting and emerging in kind of like these spots around the city, and they purport to be self-sustaining, but they're in fact required to connect to the rest of the city, which creates, of course, other problems. And so you have these new kind of like shiny cities that try to create a new sense of lifestyle for the emerging middle class and, of course, the upper income population, and building new malls, new shopping centers, condominiums, and offices. There are also a lot of these business parks spread out across different cities, and this is just Cebu City in the southern part of the Philippines, and there are many more, and how they're creating these new sort of like destinations that tries to attract, again, because of competition and investment, to attract a lot of these different multinational companies. A second effect that we see is this idea of the privatization of public space. When public spaces during the colonial period in the Philippines, a lot of the spaces such as parks, open plazas or piazzas have been kind of like the go-to area for people to entertain themselves and for recreation. But what has happened in decades now is that a lot of these public spaces have been supplanted by commercial centers and shopping malls, which is one image in the back. But what's interesting about this is that a lot of these parks that are emerging and all of these sort of like public spaces are in fact within these shopping spaces. So this is one example of a public park, again, supposedly within the shopping center. But what makes this interesting is that even though it purports to be a public park, you can't really enter the park freely because there are security controls. There are entryways that are guarded before you can actually come in. And to a certain extent, and in fact greatly, there's a lot of marginalization that happens because of kind of this control and security. The public spaces are now controlled by private enterprise. Another mall in the southern part of the Philippines, and there's so many shopping center developments that are emerging. And so, for example, like this is a very shiny new shopping center, very clean, sort of like opposite the chaotic city, but not everybody can actually enter here. In fact, if you're wearing shorts, flip-flops, and so on, and sleeveless shirts, for example, they would not allow you to enter. So is it truly now a public space when all of these spaces are now controlled under private development? A third phenomenon that we see is this idea of the city expanding. And it's not a new phenomenon of how cities have largely developed because of a lot of influx of people coming from the provinces and the rural areas. But what is interesting though that's happening with a lot of these cities in the Philippines is the idea of expanding beyond kind of the urban areas and the blurring of boundaries between the rural and the urban. These are satellite images from NASA of Metro Manila. The one on the left is from 1989 and the one on the right is 2012. Although it's a bit hard to see, you can tell like the pink areas refer to built-up areas in Metro Manila and how much it has expanded over the years. And what is happening then is that a lot of the agricultural areas that are on the periphery are now being subsumed into the urban areas. There's this area now that Tim McGee, a geographer and political scientist, talks about in a lot of Southeast Asian cities. He calls this as Desa Quota areas, kind of like urban fringes that are blurring between the boundaries between rural and urban. You can't even tell. And so related to this expansion then, this conversion of agricultural land to residential or commercial areas have been aggravated and or have just accelerated over the years. And so what happens is there's a huge displacement of the farmers and how agricultural land is now then converted to something else. And this is a very stark picture. This is in the southern part of Manila, where there is a clear boundary between what was an agricultural land, the remaining agricultural land on the left, and how part of it has been converted into residential spaces. And so, but the particular thing about this effect is not because of this kind of the conversion of agricultural land is also nothing new. But what's driving a lot of these development are in fact the remittances and the income that's earned by overseas Filipino workers. There's about 12 million Filipinos who are working abroad, and they send money, of course, back to their families back in the Philippines. And the remittances that are sent by these overseas workers actually constitute 10% of the GDP of the Philippines. So it's a huge amount of money coming in. And so where do these money come in? Where do they spend it? They spend it, of course, in residential developments such as these. So development is being driven by this demand for housing and commercial that's coming from and funded by these overseas Filipino workers. And so you have across different cities, and this is Davao City, the southern part of the Philippines, with this expansion, kind of like this, almost like weeds that kind of like is spread out. But it's drastically changing the landscape that have a lot of, aside from the conversion to agriculture, there's of course a lot of like environmental issues that are connected with these. A fourth effect that we see with neoliberalism is the sense of the spaces, because of these developments, a tendency of a homogenization. All of the cities now look exactly the same, or what Mark Auger calls like non-places, everywhere and nowhere at the same time. And so you have all of these sort of like shiny buildings, but talking about identity, it's really hard to tell where this is. It almost looks like every other city in other parts of the world. So there's no sense of place anymore because it's driven by all of these new developments. A fifth effect, which is connected to all of these developments, is that a lot of these developments are now also creating a new type of working class that works in the evening. So there's now a time shift. Let me explain it a little bit. A lot of the new developments, new central business districts, and business parks that are being developed, they're creating offices, but it's not just any type of offices. These are offices that are geared towards what we call BPOs, or business process outsourcing. So these are call center agencies, there's our legal and medical transcription services, and so that are servicing mostly American companies. So if you are, let's say, needing to have like a call to service your credit card, you call the number, and it actually services in the Philippines. And the Philippines right now is the largest employer of BPO services. About 1 million people, has actually surpassed India. And so all of these new offices then are geared towards this particular type, where these new workers work within the hours of that of the US. Manila and the Philippines is like 12 hours ahead of the US, in New York. And so a lot of these workers now work, let's say they come in with work at 7 o'clock in the evening, have lunch at like 10 o'clock, breakfast at 10 o'clock in the evening, have lunch at 2 o'clock in the morning, they go home at 7 o'clock in the morning, and then have happy hour at 10 o'clock. Because their hours are now completely shifted to service that of American companies. And so there's now a lot of stress-related issues and risks that are coming out and emerging because of this change of time within these sort of services. And so what is then also happening and manifesting in a lot of the cities is that a lot of these new developments are now really considered a truly 24/7 city. it's truly a city that never sleeps. Unlike New York, which claims to be the city that never sleeps, but they actually party at night. Here, they don't party at night. They party during the day, but they're day workers, but they're also night workers. And so there's like 24-hour services of restaurants, banks, transportation, and all other services that are necessary for these workers that work in the evening. And so you have all of these new kind of employees that are working. And these are just call center agents during their break around like 2 o'clock in the morning, where they might have like their smoke break. So it's kind of like a different type of lifestyle that is now changing or altering the landscape. And then the last type of effect is the relationship of all of these different business districts to that of informal settlements, like the favelas, the slums that are integral to the city, and how these developments are also marginalizing a lot of these different communities. This is just an image of, this is in the Quezon City area in the north. The one on the right here shows you the National Legislative Complex, and this is where the congressmen are. And on the edges are all of these different informal settlements that have developed and have grown over decades. And this is a phenomenon that's happening in other parts of the city. This is just an aerial view of that legislative complex with all of these different informal settlements on its boundary and its edges. And so, but what's interesting also about the way the relationship between formal settlements and the cities is that a lot of these central business districts, of course, require labor. And a lot of these enclave developments will require drivers, janitorial services, custodial services, helpers, domestic maids, and so on. And of course, they're coming from a lot of these informal settlements. And so, even though these sort of like business districts are purporting to be self-sustaining, they're actually dependent on cheap labor that's coming from in a lot of these informal settlements. So there's like this symbiotic relationship, and yet this kind of like shiny new developments are disavowing that they're requiring or needing a lot of these developments. And so you have a lot of these informal settlements. This is in the mouth of one of the rivers, the main river in Manila, where you have all of these developments that are sitting and living beside these skyscrapers. A phenomenon that is, of course, not only happening in the Philippines, but is something that is happening in different parts of the world. And this process of how there are certain populations are marginalized is what David Harvey calls this sense of accumulation by dispossession, that for wealth to be accumulated and to be collected and sort of like grown, it does it by dispossession, by kind of like eliminating and excluding people in the process of gaining all this wealth. And that's how neoliberalism works in sort of like powerful ways, is that even though it's trying to create new development for a certain group of population in the Philippines, at the same time it's also sort of like dismantling and or marginalizing another segment of the population, a negative effect, if you will, of that of neoliberalization. And so one of the things then that I would like to sort of like end this presentation is to begin to think about, I don't have answers at the moment, but to think about what are the possible effects then of if neoliberalization continues to work and operate in a lot of our cities. Neoliberalism, which is a little bit different from that of globalization, still related to it, is something that the Philippines is not only experiencing. This is now the dominant and de facto social, cultural, political, economic system around the world. And so this, what is happening in the Philippines is just kind of like one part of this larger system. And so we have to understand that in the process of neoliberalization, where competition is the kind of like the core of it, then we have to understand that there will always be winners and losers in the system. And you can guess who the winners are, and they're mostly the rich and the wealthy. And then the losers are the marginalized, the dispossessed, and those who did not have power. And then then that's why I also pose this question, is that what will happen then to Philippine cities, and subsequently what will happen to other cities in the world if neoliberalization continues? And what will then be the effect on our lives if this system continues? And so I pose this last question, and this is also the question that I pose in the Philippine Pavilion, is that, is neoliberalism now a new form of colonialism? And again, I'm not providing any answers, but I would like to provoke a kind of a conversation in the pavilion and also in this symposium to be able for us to think of these sort of like larger social-political systems that are impacting our lives, and yet we are not necessarily addressing and or even acknowledging that these are the systems that are running our cities currently. So I leave you with this question, and I leave you with thoughts, and thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Edson. The Philippines Pavilion is a great time. I invite you to check it out. Right now, we're going to have another piece, another presentation from Nikolai. We are here, working by Francois. He's an architect and design strategist based between Montreal and Moscow. He's working at the intersection of architecture, digital systems, and platform urbanism, with his recent projects focusing on cognitive extraction at the urban scale. His design and conceptual work has received multiple awards and has been showcased at Volume, Neopolis, Fast Company, and Architect 90. Nikolai is currently the design tutor at the New Normal program at the Stroika Institute for Media Architecture and Design in Moscow. I give the floor now to Nikolai to tell us more about the Stroika Institute and the New Normal program that they have.
Thank you. And thanks for the invitation. I'm really, I guess, honored and lucky to be here with you and share a little bit of our work that we've been doing in Moscow in this program that I co-run called The New Normal at the Strauss Institute. Perhaps some of you have been already familiar with Strauss. We designed the Russian Pavilion in 2012 for Biennale. Fair enough. Someone else know this works? Right, so Strauss Institute is actually, I'll try during my talk to kind of pay homage and respect to many of the really interesting ideas that already were covered here. I very much like the idea that someone mentioned about the kind of petri dish, that culture is not something that's created, identity is not something that's created. The best you can do is set the environment to grow. Strauss is very much this kind of environment as really kind of a platform. Even the logo is kind of set up as an infrastructure. Right? So the idea of Strauss was basically to change the cultural and physical landscape of cities, Russian cities, because it's in Russia. And really, it's not much. I mean, this is what the building looks like just when I left. Nothing special. But really, over the summer, it really does activate itself to really act like as a hub for the entire city of Moscow, and scary Russia. So we have this kind of courtyard in the middle of the city, which is a few hundred meters from the summer. And every kind of evening during the summer, we have various events such as lectures, seminars, film screenings. We have opera this summer as well. So it's very much a very live space. And Strauss is actually quite a pretty strange kind of piece of what I would think of institutional design. So as an architect, one of the things you may be able to design as architects is not just essentially physical forms, but also institutions. And Strauss itself is really something of a strange hybrid. So it's not a school, it's not a corporation or kind of an incubator, and it's not an art residency. It has really its own kind of identity between the scopes of media, architecture, and design. These are the three disciplines that we kind of focus on at the Institute, and we really treat them all as equals. As you probably all are painfully well aware of, most architects are actually quite poor at communication, quite poor at media. Those of us, or those of the architects are usually good at communication. They only happen to do so by either personal predisposition or even sometimes luck that they so happen to learn these in the process, but there's no real education to kind of integrate these two fields. So what we're really trying to do is basically take on that challenge and make that a project. So Stroke has really been only in operation for 10 years. It started off with Rem and the team from AMO or OMA kind of leading the intellectual agenda. And we've kind of had various times or regimes over the years. We're approaching our 10-year anniversary next year. And currently we're in the third year of a cycle called the New Normal that I run with the team in Moscow with the collaboration of Benjamin Bratton, who's the program director. So I'll talk a little bit about the work of that sort of think tank in a bit. But basically, Stroke, I think, is pretty well known to have a very experimental education model. So it's very much multidisciplinary, not just to pay lip service to this concept, but really to take that seriously. So only half the group has an architecture education, the other half of the group does not. It's a very kind of condensed and cyclical program. It's only a 5-month program, so it's about a 20-week program, which we try to condense 2 years into. So that we work 6 to 7 days a week for 5 months, as opposed to kind of doing the thesis for 2 years. And I think it's also quite famous for the fact that it's free. Not only is it free, but the students actually get paid to attend Stroke. So they receive a monthly stipend of around it's not major, it's around 800 euros a month. But it's really something that we take quite seriously, and I think it's quite important in the fact that the fees that a lot of education students charge the students are almost bordering criminal, say, these days. So Stroke is free by design, and because there's a stipend, we actually get a really quite competitive applicant pool of around 500 people who are applying for 30 spots. So we actually have a really well versed and interesting cohort of 30 people each year. As already mentioned, the students aren't students, they're actually researchers. They could easily teach in different schools around the world. The average is sort of 30 years old, so they're between 25 and 35, and they kind of contribute to this education program as researchers, working together with the faculty. The faculty itself is really composed of a very wide network. So at Stroke we have no permanent staff. There's no kind of top-heavy, tenured components that professors giving the same lectures year in, year out. It's all part of a network, and each year as we create a team, as we create the structure, we actually invite the relevant people from our network and from a network around the world to teach anything from a 1-day module to a 3-day module to a 2-week module, basically as it's needed. And the faculty itself is quite interested in participating because they can take the time off their busy schedules to actually teach 2 to 3-day workshops, but also they're really interested in working with the group we assemble to test some of these ideas, and this is why the whole thing operates as a research team. And finally, again, as was already mentioned, there's no fixed curriculum. We're completely independent from the state. There's no grades, there's no exams, there's none of kind of formal academic structures. It's really setting the environment, setting the framework, and thinking of the education institute itself as a platform that actually has to provide, again, this fertile ground for ideas to take shape. So as I guess many, and probably why we've been invited generously to come here, is that our focus is on the city. And the city, despite what some architects and urbanists like to think about, is actually not one thing. It's an agglomeration of different forces that really, we don't think a single domain has exclusive professional expertise on, like by default. This is not something that architects somehow have to be surprised and feel that they're inventing something new by being multidisciplinary. The city itself is a beast that actually was never part of one particular domain. Many people affect what the cities look like, architects being one of probably potentially some of the least effective ones at times. But basically, this is something that we actually take quite seriously. And so for us, urbanism, or the concept of urbanism, is really not a format. It's not something that you do. It really is a medium for the design projects to kind of take shape and enter this conversation. And again, as the students mentioned, I can't agree more with the fact that architects or designers don't design things. They design behavior. This is fundamentally kind of understood in our program very much from the beginning. So I think of the city as an infrastructure that is really at the crossroads of different disciplines. So on the one hand, you have obviously the urban discipline, right? So there's a concern with urban infrastructure and different topology. But there's also increasingly an entry point to software within urbanism, within the city. So there's a concern with digital infrastructures and also systems. Systems, again, that do not necessarily have to relate to our first-hand intuition about things. Systems that operate with their own logics that we're only starting to understand how these things are actually happening. And finally, I would say there's a concern with the social infrastructure and the norms, the creation of behaviors that are actually dictating how the city takes shape, how the city grows, how the city becomes operationalized. That comes, I mean, here it says policy, but really it's not always a formal process. So the design of behavior, the design of normative claims, and things that appear obvious to people is also a design project that we take quite seriously to the media component of the Stroke Institute. So again, the way that we conceive of our program is really if you take these kind of three agendas, that starts framing really the think tank and the identity of our program. So our cohort of 30 people is pretty much based in people who come as an entry point to these three fields. We have people who come from an architecture background, we have people who come from the software background and the systems architecture, and we have people who work in social policy, who work for anthropologists, who are economists, and who are political theorists, all of them working within the same group of 30 people. That's the new normal program that we set up at Stroke in 2016, 17. And really we have a pretty kind of promiscuous institutional framework. This is why I mentioned that it's also a design project, to kind of design how the unit operates. So it's at the same time it's an education program, but it's also a research unit, and it's also kind of a consultancy group that actually tries to implement and connect with the shareholders that is trying to basically get in touch with and find strategies not just to kind of produce academic papers, but really to go and produce real-life projects. So this is why I always like to give it as a think tank. It's a think tank really that also tries to connect with what I would consider to be, again, this kind of blurring and blending of concepts that we don't fully yet understand, but they may be related in different ways that we actually might intuitively think about. For example, the convergence of program to program. The fact that, given the importance of software systems in the city, we can say that probably something like Google Maps shapes how people operate within the city as much as sort of traditional kind of urban planning or sort of programmatic display of program in the city. On the other hand, you have this idea of like the convergence of models, model to model. The idea that as policy systems and governance models, they can only govern what they can actually see, what they can actually understand. So the modeling of the city, the understanding of the city as a kind of a model, a different type of model than simply a plan on a piece of paper, dictates how we can actually start governing and taking charge of these privacy rules and all sorts of interesting and challenging problems that we're facing. And again, as well, the convergence of code to code, the fact that software code and algorithmic decision-making and kind of automated processes in the city are increasingly becoming stuff like legally binding and things that become operationalized to allow or prevent people to do things without us necessarily understanding how that works. So the new normal is really a territory of coverage that aims to protect different types and different kinds of urban projects. So in the first 2 years of our existence, we've created 15 different projects, prototypes. Again, each of these deserves about 1 hour presentation, so I kind of apologize in advance to the researchers. I'm going to try to go through 3 or 4 examples very quickly. But just to give you a sense, in the first 2 years, we've had over 60 researchers coming from over 25 different countries and 20 different professional backgrounds. Again, all of these being essentially paid to work together in these kind of multidisciplinary units, which always were comprised for us of half Russian, half foreigners, a few architects in there, always kind of a software developer in the mix, always someone who comes from a kind of a left field profession, for example, we have artists, we have anthropologists, we have journalists, we've had a lawyer last year who was actually part of the design team. So really we're trying to create basically new types of different professionals who are operating on space, space with the Cyrillic C. Not just on space though, but on what I would call different types of urban outputs, such as software, cinema, strategy, and protocols, which is really the title of my talk. And again, it's a bit of a joke, given the fact that it's not a very subtle acronym. But I think the point is, again, coming back to this idea that designers shape behavior much more than the form. There's a very strong and interesting heritage of this in Russia, and I would say that the Russian avant-garde of the early 20th century, like we're only now starting to catch up to the revolutionary power of some of these ideas that were unfortunately cut short. So the point is that there's actually a lot to be gained from working in a context such as Moscow, which is of course scary and also kind of makes it a little sexy context, I guess, nowadays. But also it's interesting to be kind of away from these kind of typical hubs, so-called innovative thinking and future thinking, such as Berlin, London, and New York, because actually at the end of the day, they act more like echo chambers because they're so close to everything. And so while we're in Oslo, we have the opportunity to test interesting ideas very much away from the trends, which is both a blessing and a curse. So I'll give a few examples of different projects that kind of emerged. Again, these obviously require much more time to be unpacked, but we require all of our students, again, to operate between different media. So all the projects have a presentation, all the projects have a website we can visit, and all the projects were kind of made in the span of 6 to 7 weeks. So we think of these projects not basically as a final student presentation, like here you go, and some old panel looks at them and basically judges them whether it's good or bad, but really it's the first public presentation of these ideas that actually take on a life of their own after the program. This is as well very, very much by design to kind of move beyond traditional modes of academia. So first of all, dealing with software, and there's a very strong interest for us in the idea of simulation, or the idea that past decisions or like past insight informs future models, which then inform what the present should look like. Something like risk assessment, something like game theory and such things as such. So this project, the first one I want to talk about, is called Feed, and it's really a software tool. It's a simulation tool, and it's a platform for the sourcing, modeling, and trading of renewable energy. So this project is basically informed by the idea that you can merge. There's a clear understanding that dashboards and kind of urban systems are increasingly being sold to the city by sort of Cisco and other types of companies that are producing the software to track energy use. And we thought that architects should have a more stronger role in designing these software tools. Designing these kind of platforms is a really important tool. So they basically looked at a whole genealogy of really terrible looking suites to basically prototype energy use and see how waste happens to the grid, and kind of combine it with Slack, a chat platform, and Siri, an AI platform, to create this kind of interface called Feed, which in itself allows users to both reorganize the grid, create new connections to test them, invest in potential futures that they want to see through a token, through the blockchain, and also simulate energy uses. So again, this is basically an idea of a software, and this is also, there's a live demo of this, so you can kind of test online at feed.zone. But the idea here is that the notion of a software that includes both past, present, and future timelines in one software could be something interesting. Both an archive of everything that happened, a live dashboard of what's going on, and also a platform that allows you to simulate alternative futures and then take decisions as it goes. Another example from the realm of cinema, and this comes from the idea of designing with narrative, designing with, again, the beliefs and the changing the way that people see their reality, is a project that focuses on this idea, the idea of system storytelling. So the idea of system storytelling is to kind of also hammer in the point that some of the systems that dictate our world are really much more complicated than may seem to be intuitively understandable by, let's say, the general public. So in order to be able to basically understand these systems that have a very strong impact on our lives, we need to waze into them to see how we can actually make them manageable to our own understanding. So this project called GeoCinema, or GeoKino, was basically a pretty interesting project that dealt with the notion that every type of sensoring technology, every type of tracking, every type of, let's say, camera in the world, every camera in the world, plus YouTube, plus everything else that connects data, could be seen as one gigantic camera, a distributed cinematic apparatus, which allows you to basically, again, connect different regimes of monitoring at a planetary scale, and think of them not as distributed and distinct technologies, but really think about it as all one gigantic movie-making machine, and of which no one yet knows what type of movies can come out of. So it's a bit of a speculative piece that deals with the idea that if we can restrict how we understand, sense, and govern our environments, we may have a better angle and a better way into understanding the ecological flows and the waste and all sorts of interesting planetary processes that could be made more manageable for our environment. So they're working right now on a four series documentary And they recently got a grant, as I was mentioning, the projects don't end at Straka, they are really the first public unveiling. And this project as well just received a grant to basically produce this 4-series documentary. So it's an example of architects creating documentary films about the monitoring of nature. An example of a strategy project that I would like to go through quite quickly is a project called Shift. But first, I would also like to frame it in a way that something that's important at Straka is really to try to think of alternative ways of addressing urban issues and systems and cultural, let's say, constructions beyond critique. Like critique is a very critical thinking, and critical thought has its uses, but it may not be the only arsenal that designers who want to have challenging ideas can bring to the table. The idea of criticizing something from an artistic or analytical point of view may be one device, but it may be actually sometimes not the best tool to actually implement change. So this team worked on this project called Shift, and they were really interested in basically the trucking industry in Russia, and in particular unions. They wanted to basically find a way to design a strategic roadmap to redefine the role of the union in the 21st century. Like we have this kind of idea that the union is something that protests and is against new technologies. Like earlier we talked about some sort of opposition from culture and technology, which is somehow absurd. And sometimes the union is seen by people as something that is against progress. So this team basically tried to think about, is there any strategy that you can think of the union not from the point of view of resistance, but from the point of view of a preemptive kind of disruption of its own use. So the tech union as essentially a tech company or a tech platform that could anticipate its own change. So for example, this team looked at self-driving trucks, and something that's quite sort of everyone is well known is that these kind of trucking companies rely on incredibly vast amounts of data of the roads that they drive on in order to create the models that self-driving cars can then use to drive on the road. And truck drivers already now drive millions of miles across this road and document all this road because they all have dash cams for insurance reasons. So the idea was this: if the labor union was composed of truck drivers who are already monitoring the road on which you're driving, could they not get together, make a common pool of the data of the road that they drive on, and then use that as a leveraging mechanism to not be displaced by self-driving companies, but be actually owners of self-driving companies. So they actually don't have to drive the trucks anymore, but they actually collectively own the brain, the human, which is really the data bearer that allows these trucks to be driven. So they made a beautiful film that I recommend everyone to watch on the website called Union Shift. And really, in terms of public space, and we're talking about public space today, their site was really the entire network of roads in Russia. Like that was their site of their intervention. It wasn't the public plaza, it wasn't the public square, it was the entirety of the road network in Russia. And the project basically lives on the intersection of automation, unions, and data to again rethink how the union could self-disrupt its own use as opposed to simply seeing it as something that criticizes and opposes the change. And finally, I'd like to finish with the idea of protocols. Protocols, again, goes back to this idea that we're designing behavior. Protocols and platforms are really interesting engines that trigger activity and respond to activity. A professor, and now I'm lucky that it's a colleague now, which is Straka, who always said that architecture is basically stage design for films that will never be filmed. It's simply the background for activities, so really trying to design the activity. And protocols are a really good way of doing that in platforms. So this project here called Doma was really the design of a housing community that's decentralized, a little bit like, for example, Airbnb. So Airbnb, we all know what Airbnb is, and we kind of all know the usual critiques of Airbnb, but it's really more of a housing platform. And Doma, the project Doma tried to do the same thing, where they would capitalize on existing residential units and only develop smart contract technology which binds this project together, essentially communalized Airbnb, where the people who pay rent to live in the apartments are actually contributing to a larger pool, which is always used to buy more property in the world, to allow more users into the network to grow its own kind of housing and stuff. So the idea is that from the beginning, as you start bringing in money, the platform would buy other properties, and as new people come in, your rent essentially would be lowered every year, and you would be a co-owner of the whole housing platform. So they have a very, very interesting relationship between the users and the network, or let's say the individual and community, which again I would recommend you checking the website because I'm definitely not doing justice. But this is a bit to kind of make the point that on this axis you have how much an individual pays, and as time goes down, because new users get added, your essential how much you pay simply becomes a maintenance fee, and you start building equity as an investor into the actual housing stock, as opposed to being someone who pays rent and cannot afford a house. So again, their project is also in continuous development, and they're also pitching it to investors. They have meetings, and when you look at how much money they actually need to launch this product, it actually doesn't amount to, I think they need something like 10 or 5 million, which really sounds a lot, and sometimes Struggle gets criticized for the fact that they do all artsy, speculative projects. But I would like to make the point that all the projects that come out of our institute and the New Normal program need much less startup capital than any architecture project, than any architecture school, be it airports or hospital or whatever you want to call it. So these projects we don't see as speculative, we just see them as an alternative urban outputs that are not less realistic than any other project. So again, I encourage you to check out the projects. And maybe to conclude, these kind of categories that I mentioned, software, cinema, strategy, and protocols, they really are they're kind of arbitrary categories. Like this, it's for the ease of the acronym. But the point is that all of the projects are all of these things at once, and we're not trying to basically pigeonhole. Or you're doing a strategy project, you're doing a software project, or you're a developer, you're going to bring in your development expertise. We're really trying to blend all these things together and really create one elastic spectrum of work that kind of feeds into each other. So in that sense, I think of the New Normal program as really like a shared universe. Like we have the Marvel universe, we have the Star Wars universe, where you have the Han Solo movie, you have the classical movie, you have the Lego set, you have the Lunchbox. These all appear to be different products, but they're all together reinforcing the common universe. They're all basically products that reinforce the shared universe of Marvel or the shared universe of Star Wars. And our projects as well are projects that have their own timeline, their own identity, their own basically outcome, but they all basically reinforce this idea of a new normal way of thinking about architecture. And I guess I'll end on that slide because I've talked about quite a lot already. But maybe I guess I don't have any tattoos. But if I had a tattoo, it would be probably something like "The road to hell is paved with good intentions." I don't know if you guys know what that's saying. It's one of my all-time favorite sayings because I think it's one of the most accurate statements ever said. I'm 30 years old. I guess I'm young, I'm youthful. I haven't yet had any bad experiences, but I've never met anyone who genuinely does not want to improve the city, doesn't want to do good. No one is set up to basically do negative things in the city, right? It's much more about how the models in our imagination of what we think we're doing does not correspond to what we're actually doing. And this morning I tried to, we had this kind of conversation on sensitivity, which I don't think was about sustainability. It was very much about sensitivity. The idea that we have 5 senses as human beings, and through these senses we have built an understanding of what we're doing, we're building a model of what we're doing, and we build basically an intuition to assess the quality of our decisions as we design the cities. And I think that these intuitions definitely have to be updated because it's no longer the same kind of world in terms of complexity, it's no longer the same world in terms of technological possibilities. I don't think that new technologies are necessarily going to sort of radicalize anything more than they've ever had, but every time there's new technology, it actually changes how we look at the world already as it was. Right? So basically to conclude, the idea is that we're trying to basically create this new instinct, this new design intuition, multidisciplinary design intuition that is different from kind of the 20th century model of like distinct specialties that every once in a while collaborate to pay lip service to this collaboration. We're really trying to create these units that the output of their work is more than the lowest common denominator. It's actually more than anyone else could have achieved. So these new normal design practices that we're trying to prototype are both new normal because they're trying to catch up to the new normal present that we have in terms of the technological landscape, the social landscape, and so forth. But they're also new normative practices or create the new norms that we wish to implement in terms of how we design the future cities. So I guess if you're interested more about our work, check out the ongoing project that we're doing. We're hopefully going to finish this project next year with an exhibition, maybe here in Biennale, maybe somewhere else. We'll see how that works out. But yeah, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to talk a little bit about it. And if you have any questions, please check it. Thanks.
Very much Nikolai. There is a project which is presented in the 2018 Architecture Biennale, and that the ECC really got lovely, because our team would like to be also participated in the making of the project, which is the Ecclestons, which is the Scottish Pavilion at the Florence Biennale. And we're very happy to have Alberto here today to present the project. Alberto Lago is a social artist and designer based in Venice. His background is in engineering, architecture, structural engineering and design. Starting from designing skyscrapers to working with craftsmen, his creative process is based on understanding the human and the social impact of the surrounding through community interaction. So welcome Alberto.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Chia, thank you, Adi, for organizing this amazing event. So, as we were saying before, what's happening at Ecclestons, so basically the Scottish contribution for the Architecture Biennale. But what we did, it was not actually an exhibition. We didn't want to do an exhibition, but we were doing a resource for Venice, for everybody coming to in Italy, and also to people sharing ideas and the common ground. So basically, the main goal was to create these sharing libraries of ideas. So anybody who's coming to the space was becoming a new actor. So anybody coming to the space, we're asking 3 different questions. What's your name? Where are you from? And what do you need? So because everybody coming to a space becomes a new community, and sharing ideas is basically new ground for making new communities and creating new basically connection between people that doesn't know each other. So, but they want to know each other, but they don't know they have common ground to talk about it. So we try to facilitate this in Venice because it's the common ground of myth, like tourism, as was saying maybe my question was understood. So the idea of tourism is considered bad from locals, but actually it's not bad because locals have their own problems. So this kind of basically the connection between Venice, all around the zoning structure of different needs and different habits. So we went from 150,000 population to 50,000, but the population didn't scale. They still own the houses, most of them. They just rented to tourists. Or to Chinese, they rent to other locals. So basically it's just a never-ending story. So the actual problem is, maybe there are many Venetians in the house, but also Venetians are really a problem in Venice. So actually there is new Venetians that the people that decide to live in Venice, as myself, they believe that Venice is a beautiful city, not just for the architecture, but for what is giving to people living there, like spectacular habitat and also people. So, talking about venue free space, we're looking, what is free space in Venice? Well, when looking for a venue, we encounter ACC, because we're looking for a free space where we give the voice to everybody coming to the space. So, we're looking for gardens, because it's an open air, so everybody is welcome, it's not restricted to a space. So we decided to basically, again, still working with ECC in the backside, but went to the Armenian College. If you've never been, is the Palazzo Zenobio. It has a beautiful palace, but we used the garden. A space that was hidden. It was just an old soccer field, never been used since 1980s. But it was a college, so it was a cultural city for bringing Armenian culture to Europe and to teach Armenian what European culture was meaning for them. But right now it's just not used as a desktop. So basically, when we do our study, we're looking for where is Venice. So Venice is made a lot of festivities called Sagra. So Sagra is a community gathering where each neighborhood basically get together and get festivities together. Usually it was based on Catholic tradition, but now it's more like gathering together communities, sharing knowledge, sharing music, sharing ideas. And about this, there is Venice probably is more association of people than actual people. Probably there's all over like around 50 associations. It is really hard for them to talk to each other because they have their own pride. They always criticize more than giving solutions. And what we try to give to them is a common platform where they can talk to each other. So we make a lot of associations to find and talk to each other and to create a common ground rather than creating divisions. So at the end of the day, we need to bring architecture because we're an architecture DNI, so we have to do something. And so we had a big team of 20 people around, and we have tourists and locals. So we have around like 20,000 contributors to the space. So this is the original team, part of it. It's an inclusion in a way. This, what we built is an amateur because we have to build something made by Baxendale Architecture. So it's a sort of amateur, but everybody can attach their own thing. They can bring their own ideas and their own cultures. We brought deck chairs where each one has a word. It's a sort of way when you sit down in a chair, it's a black canvas. We give a word, so a hint to start to talk on the black canvas. And basically we did outdoor cinemas and other stuff. So what we did a lot of workshops from our contributors, so our artists and our architects. We welcome a lot of people to do their workshop in there. We work with the Venice Open Stage, with some of them is on the ECC team. So, and we work a lot with children and kids, and playful interaction most of all, because we believe that a kid is inside in all of us. From 2 years old to 90 years old, you can use your skill to give us something that we don't have. You have some skill that I don't have, you have some knowledge that I don't have, so I want to know you and meet you because you have something to tell me that I don't know. So we did screen printing. We have like, the day of opening, we have a random guy coming through and like playing with us. So basically everybody's welcome, everybody can bring their own ideas. We play with the kids, we play with the word, we create inflatable balloons, we create like common ground for kids to give us their creativity. So kids were asking what games they want, and we made it for them. What about people and community? So we create a new sense of community, create a space where people can sit down, relax. You're a tourist, tired of being in Venice, so you need a place to relax. You're a local, you want to drink a beer with friends, then we give you a space. So, and then we have some random people that come to the space and want to share their ideas, their stories. For example, the guy on the right is an street artist, and he was coming to the space pretty much every day to play his songs before going to work in the street. Some part of the team, some new friend that we made is just visitors. We film a lot, so part of our work was filming and creating a database of videos. Videos is easy to share, share ideas. So we film people. We had a lot of kids coming to the space, high school, to teach them basically, or to learn from them what they need, what they want. Because now kids are kind of alienated from internet, but it's not completely true, because their own ideas, even outside their box. So knowing what they need, what is the things that constrict them not to liberate themselves, to express themselves, was our goal. So the idea was to come to the space and making this map of people asking these three questions I was telling you before. So who you are, where you're from, what you need. So we create these resonance structures of people and connecting random people that didn't know each other. And basically we film these people, and basically we project them in Camp Santa Margherita. We just tell the story, project basically on a big tree. So it becomes the face of the people helping us. Stories. So everybody brings their stories. So you have families that I was saying is the Armenian college. So it's not anymore an Armenian, it's still an Armenian site, but it is no more a college. So a lot of people came to the space. Every year they come to Venice to go back to the place they study. So somebody brought like an old picture of an old year of college in the front of Zenobia. Somebody her dad was studying there. So she was almost like so feeling passionate what she was seeing, and in this open space bringing back what the Armenian want. So sharing of culture. And most of all, everybody, as I was saying, was welcome to the space. So we didn't bring any dicta, so everybody's welcome. So we collaborated with one of the Sagra, we created their opening event. No, we didn't create, we collaborated their opening event. And we had a bagpiper because the guy running the Saga asked, well, guys, you're from Scotland, so why you don't bring a bagpiper? Okay, so we brought a 15-year-old bagpiper to play in Saga. And then we had like inflatable balloons again, and most of all, one of the most successful things was open air cinema. So open air cinema in Venice was really like a huge thing up to 20 years ago. There was like 10 or 20 of them in the city, and there were like a lot of gardens open to the public again. So we brought back open air cinema where everybody, we didn't show any movie that wasn't made by other people, or we made of other people. So it wasn't like a normal theater, a normal like film, but it was just screens of other theaters of people. And of course, we create also, people were kind of scared, so what about we bring community meals where we show our movies? So we also let them cook their own food. It was a Mexican night, and this some sort of event will happen in the space. And this basically one of the events we organized for basically having sharing ideas between people in Venice. And also we let and use other people, like our system. We let to use our chairs in another garden in Venice from another association. And basically, we opened the space to any association was interested. So we helped the Poveda Association to create their community meetings and so on. So we made new friends and we created like new spaces. So now you are probably like around 50 people here. So you're all invited to be the next actor in the space. The space is free. We're gonna have another event on Sunday where we're gonna do props for kids, and the night we're gonna have a theater act from Boston. So Venice Open Stage, some of the people work in the ACC. And so basically I want to show that with just one thing. It's just the video of some of the people we met that we didn't know. This is the most important people in the project. That's actually anti-curator of the project, so the inventor of the idea of the project, and he's sharing his loves with you because it wasn't possible to be here today. He's escaping. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Alberto. To close our first day of conference, we welcome on the stage Anna Toriani and Lorenzo Pagnamenta, founding partners of APT Architecture in New York. Anna Toriani is a strong advocate for design excellence in the public realm. Her mission is interpreting and translating culture, history, geography, and progress into transformative public buildings and urban synthesis. Lorenzo Pagnamenta has been researching public space since the beginning of his career through projects and design competitions. So we welcome on the stage Anna Lorenzo.
conference over, I wanted to thank the European structure and especially Lucia and Adi for including us. Thank you so much. Also, I would like to thank the audience for still being here because I saw that this moment nobody was in. So thank you very much. We come from Ticino, we studied research, and then we ended up in New York City. So it's a long story. Our office was in the Civic Center of Manhattan, and we worked on the community spaces mainly, and we do the public land. That's how we did that. For shaping the city, we're going to focusing on public spaces and also shaping public space heritage that we did 2 years ago in the room now in the
Our architecture is sensitive to the environment and engages the community. We operate with different values. The most important is the context, where it exerts history, identity, culture, geography, and people. We do forms and materials, reacting and responding to the environment. We use technology, mostly passive and state-of-the-art. We operate in space with proportion, light, and sense of belonging. Daylight is very important for us to shape the spaces and brings outside in and inside out. We have details in this exactly. Our projects are often in underserved neighborhoods in New York City.
Yes, in New York City, we have 8 boroughs and they all speak about 800 languages, so there are very many cultures and identities. Most neighborhoods and what unites the people, they have their own public library, which actually serves as a community center, as a hub for school, continuing education, job search, and cultural events, and also really provides services to the underprivileged and the recent immigrant population. And under the Bloomberg Design Excellence Initiative, we were awarded the Manhattan Harbor Library Project, and we spent many months studying the neighborhood and the people and what was the history of Manhattan. And we discussed also the design with many different groups. There was the design commission, the peer review, and also the local community board that was very involved and very reciprocal. The project won Design Excellence Award, but what is important is that it's the first civic building in this neighborhood, and it has become a catalyst, as stated by Mr. Ozaja, the manager of the library.
We also design public library spaces in the New York City public school system, which is the largest in the United States, comprising over 1 million students in 1,000 schools. The schools are huge and intimidating, and they feel very institutional, and they range in size from 500 to 5,000 to 6,000 students. The libraries that we design offer an in-structure and transformative space within the large building. They are the most used spaces in the school, and everyone uses it. The students, the teachers, the parents, and the community at large. As architects,
we tend to discuss among ourselves like today, and we also read a lot of architecture magazines and newsletters, and it's very important for our education and growth. Nevertheless, we have thought that we need to talk more with the everyday user. And that's why when we have a chance, we invited Shekhar at last 2 years ago, tomorrow, we did this shaping public space research and be dividing our office with an independent public architect who work in we stated three simple questions. What is public space? What makes a space public? And what is your favorite public space? We never could have anticipated the amount and quality of the responses, over 1,100 from really different groups of people and a lot of them non-architects.
Here are the two most interesting answers that we got. A public space is an opportunity for relationship.
Public space is everywhere, but man is limited.
Public space is a place where all can be as one. It is a place where you can be alone and feel the beauty, or all together and feel the beauty around.
Public space is where the individual and society meets.
Public space is where everyone feels a citizen and welcome.
Public space is a place for resistance.
Public space may be shared interaction or contemplation.
Public space is a space open to no restriction regarding the money, race, and religion.
All space is public. Privacy is an illusion.
Freedom makes a space public. Public space exists only where freedom exists.
The internet.
I like art in public spaces.
Music everywhere.
Public space is a place that feeds the mind, body, and spirit.
Public space is an interior or an exterior urban space to be used responsibly. Public space belongs to everybody, and everyone should be taken care of. My favorite is a public piazza.
So our synopsis, we did this at the office and also in collaboration with this public architect in New York City, is this. What is public space? A feeling of openness, belonging, and respect that is equally shared, allowing interaction, communication, co-creation. Creates an experience of collective mind and body, where ownership is lost and freedom is held, where the genius watch and spirit of place.
What makes a space public? Free of charge, inclusive, accessible, with a feeling of freedom as an individual and as a society.
What is your favorite public space? Most people want nature and parks, not architecture, engaging outdoor urban spaces. Then we had libraries and museums, and places of meditation and worship, and somebody, two people said the internet. I think it's a good one.
We shared and discussed our findings with our clients, including Dr. Susie Ord, assistant principal of the Park East High School in Manhattan, and Mr. Omologi Ozagi, manager of the Minus Art Public Library. Their projects were completed over 6 years and 4 years ago, respectively, and has been used for quite extensive time period, providing case studies for our design. Dr. Ord responded to the 3 experience questions.
And public space is physical structures, spontaneous, where people can create their own experience. It is a collaborative space, all of you can be there and live. Effective public space engages, it creates a sense of community, and creates opportunities. It is hope. This is what happens to our library. Our school library is like a park, because it's precious, like stepping outside, and you have a sense of possibilities. My favorite public space are public schools. And I believe in the public school as a performance space.
Mr. Omologi Ozagi said the Minus Art Library is their neighborhood personal space. It's their place.
So for STS School, we continue our research by posing 3 new questions that concern the perception of the space. We added memory, belonging, and virtual versus physical.
Memory is not a linear concept, and depending on the person's cultural background and identity, certain spaces may take on different meanings. In addition, there are different kinds of memories. For example, cultural background memories tied to the culture and the country where we grew up. Perception memories, how we experience spaces in good or bad circumstances. The nostalgia memories, how it was then, how it is now. Is it better? Is it worse? In SPS2, we did also how does memory influence our perception of the public space.
So we got the ones from Dr. Art, we have not naturally collected all the answers together in whatever that would be very interesting. People bring their own experience and history to every kind of interaction. You need to have something that is familiar, but also pushing you, because you're not challenged, you cannot change, install, and get better. Therefore, familiarity helps you engage, but then a really transformative space pushes you to have an openness to new ideas, new experiences, and make it keep coming back.
Belonging is an easier concept to grasp in place of the utmost importance. In SPS2, how can urban public space still instill a sense of belonging? Dr. Orr said,
like our library, this space is beautiful, creates a sense of belonging, of community with other students, faculty, parents, as well as with books. What our library has done is create a public space, create a school where people want to be. What is compulsory, we make an option. We create an opportunity where people want to be. In a way, we're pushing public space into our school and making it a choice.
Mr. Omovato Zagio for the Marina Sabo. Marina Sabo Library is their neighbor's personal space. It's their place, and they spend most of their waking moments there, more than at home. They didn't know they wanted it, but now that they have it, you cannot take it away from them. It's not stealing. The virtual versus the physical,
There are persons who think that virtual can be as effective as the physical, fully there are now in the discussion for a long time. And others that believe that virtual is incredible, it's essential, but still it's very important and necessary.
In PS2, we have what is the seduction of virtual space versus physical.
And Dr. Art, virtual public space gives you, when you are playing a video game, you certainly need somebody that maybe you're not going to interact with. So while virtual reality is transformative, it is important that people can interact in person and as well as
Naturally, our next task will be to review catalog and discuss all the answers that we will collect at the end of November at the SPS 2 As a conclusion, what does this have to do with shaping the city, the concept of sustainable city and architecture for the people?
Our project are about the education infrastructure of the city. The space we live that most children and young adults are going to use during the finals of the world, first decade of their life. In the case of public library spaces and buildings that use throughout the city life. These public spaces and buildings are part of the fabric of the city and will have a great impact on the life and development of future generations, as well as supporting the older generation.
The lessons learned from SPS are applicable to any public space, like a park, a public plaza, museums, public community center, sports facility, concert facilities, public art facilities, and public art. We would like to share our findings and have you join us and collaborate in shaping public space movement where we can exchange our experiences and solve our problems and discuss new ideas together. Thank you very much.
So thank you everyone, and thank you Anna Lorenzo for the presentation. We are ready for an aperitivo, and we hope you're going to stay. And we also hope you're going to come back tomorrow from 9 to 8 for the second day of the conference, which we will open with audit deck. So we hope you're going to be there. Thank you.